Curious HVAC guy here again. So today what we're going to do is we are going to cut open this giant compressor and see what's on the inside. I will insert a screen cap of the data tag so you can get a little bit more information on it if you'd like. This compressor was condemned because it was making a lot of noise. It was still pumping, still maintaining temperature inside of a box, but it was making a lot of noise. So we highly recommended they replace it before it seized up and caused more issues. So with that being said, let's cut it open. So bad. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to open this thing up. can see, our valve head came off. Probably not picking it up on camera, but we'll get a little bit better view of that. You can see where it's been overheating for a while. All that oil is carbonized on the valve plates. Now we're going to pull our very heavy stator out. We got all metric on this one today. So everything is going to be in metric for it. Kind of show you guys what I'm looking at here. So this is inside of our compressor, the bottom side of our two pistons. They move nice and smooth. I'm not getting a whole lot of play in the bearing at all. I don't know if you can actually see in there, but there's a collar on the bottom of those pistons, it looks like. Alright guys, let me get you a little bit better view here. See right here, this is the end of our piston shaft, our cam shaft. Now I can hear a little bit, I don't know if it's going to pick it up on camera, but I can hear a little bit of a grinding noise coming from the cylinders. Again, it could be because I've already done so much damage to it, just getting to this point, cutting it open, hitting it with sparks, taking this just this copper sleeve bearing out of the picture. But if you look inside there, that bearing really doesn't have, it is copper plated, but I believe that's on purpose from the manufacturer. That's not copper plating caused by acid. Some of these systems, if you get acid mixed around in the system, it'll actually pull the copper off of the inside of the copper piping and it'll deposit it in the motor, usually in the piston heads or the cylinders or sometimes in the bearing, but that I'm 99% sure is just copper plated from the manufacturer just to let it last longer. And if you noticed, I had to cut some of these bolts off because they don't want to come out on their own whatsoever. Now, I should have said this at the beginning of the video, but I assume if you're watching this, you have common sense. So make sure you're wearing PPE. Make sure you got eye protectant on, gloves, long sleeve shirt for sparks and whatnot. But see, here's another side of our piston. And again, I'm just turning the motor right here. This is our, forget the actual name of it, our rotor. Just turning that, watching our pistons go up and down, seeing if there's any real noise, see if I can get a good clear picture of those pistons. There we go. Yeah, see, the pistons are moving nice and free. I mean, that's not to say there wasn't some sort of rattling going on when it was up to full speed, but I don't see anything really alarming at all on this. And there is a little bit of piston movement on these piston rings, a little bit back and forth. Since there is no set screw, I assume that was by design, so I'm not real sure what the deal is with that. I would also very much like to actually get these pistons right out of there, but it doesn't seem to be a good way to separate them. Yeah, the pistons look fine. I don't see any internal damage. Well, I'm going to chalk this one up to I don't really know what caused the noises, but I guess it might have been something to do with it overheating. Now, I'm going to set that right there for a second. Now here, this is another compressor that I cut apart. Now this one, this one wouldn't pump at all. I had no compression ratio from high side to low side. And this one, there is quite a bit of valve damage, so I like to keep this around just to show new guys, maybe just curious people, kind of show them what a badly damaged compressor actually looks like. And we'll show you here in just a second when I get this cap off. It's kind of falling apart there. See, now if you can see this a little bit closer there, if you can see this, this is our reed, and if my camera will focus, might be kind of hard to tell, but that reed is badly damaged. One of the end holes where it actually is supposed to be riveted in place and pivot, it's just worn right out. Womped right out. It's just terrible. And actually in our valve head, or our reed, I'm sure there's some more other technical term for this, but I just call it a valve head because it sits right on top of the piston. But if you look at the back side of this, you can really see the damage. All that metal. And then this would normally sit right inside of this, like so, and this side would be directly on top of your piston inside your compressor. And then this would open, close as it sucked and pushed compressed refrigerant through it. But as you can tell, it is just severely worn. I mean, there's no way it's actually gonna compress anything with this being so worn out. And you can look inside here and look at this. This piston head is just damaged. Right here on the top, it's all chewed up. On the side of the piston, inside the piston cavity here, the piston cylinder, it's all chewed up. So this one was quite obvious why I was making noise and not pumping. The other one, not as sure. So you guys, now this is what you do on a weekend. We got nothing else to do, and you're really curious about how compressors work, or just want to see the insides. Maybe figure out why I was making so much noise like I did. Cut it open. Alright guys, that's all for today. See you on the next one.
Hey guys, it's me again, the curious HVAC guy. So, you may notice I look a little bit different today. Kind of like the guy on the fish stick box, Gorman's fish stick box. Anyway, it's raining out here, so that's why. But I had a unique problem today that I don't see very often, so I figured I'd try to make a video and show some of the new guys a little bit of something. So let me flip this around and show you what I'm looking at. Alright guys, this is what we're looking at. We got a Lennox package unit, the Humiditrol setup in it. There's our model serial number. I'm going to take you on a ride over here real quick. It might get kind of noisy here in a second. I'm going to open up the blower section and give you a quick peek at the reheat coil here. Now it might be kind of hard to pick up. There is of course our blower assembly. Over here, this coil right here that you see that kind of ends right at the bottom here where I'm pointing at, that is your reheat coil. That is just for dehumidification purposes. Now inside this unit there is a nice handy little refrigeration schematic that kind of shows how the refrigerant is routed in order to control the humidity. It's just basic capacity control. Nothing crazy. But it's a very good diagram. I'm very pleased with Lennox right now. So let me throw this back on here. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna change. Excuse me, can't talk. We're gonna change this humidity level. Now, in order to do this, we need to go and adjust a couple dip switches here. this right here, this is our humidity control board. It's an option. It's a factory installed option. So the first thing we need to do is go to our ECTO dip switch, electronic control dip switch. Turn that to the right, then it'll display some of our ETC settings. Take this black button right here. You want to hold it down for, I don't know, 3 to 5 seconds. Then it'll change over to 3. Now we're looking for 4.25 because in our instruction manual, 4.25 is the control parameter for our humidity setting. It's pretty easy to find in the instruction manual, page 77. So now I'm just doing little pushes, one little push, and it'll adjust it. We need to get to 4.25, remember? And then once we get to 4.25, we can check to see what the humidity level is set for. The factory default is 60. Some people prefer 55. I like 60. Almost there. Now, once we get to 4.25, we just take the bottom dip switch, which is shift, turn that over, and it'll display the current setting, which is probably going to be 50, and it's 50. So, we just adjust this up to 60, because we don't need 50% humidity. 60 is just fine. Put it up to 60. Then we push this shift over to the left to turn it off, and then that will save our 60% setting. Turn it back on, and we should see 60% still in there. So to save it, turn that off, turn our ECTO switch off. It'll revert back to its normal display, and as you can tell, our reheat cycle has now turned off. So there's our little reheat valve. It's got a little label on it. I prefer the refrigeration schematic that they have in the manual here, which is now getting all wet because I left it out in the rain. But that's all right. So you can take a nice long look at that. But anyway, guys. That's all I got for you today. Take a look at my office on top of a PetSmart today. Alright, we'll see you on the next one. Hey, what's up, guys? I hope my beard looks good today. Anyway, I just wanted to take a minute and kind of show everybody out there in YouTube land what a boneyard looks. I'm on a rooftop in somewhere in downtown Detroit. And it's pretty messy up here. So without further ado, let me flip this camera around and show you what I'm looking at. Alright, so here is one of our many fine gyms in Detroit. Now if you're kind of new to the industry, this might not really seem too crazy to you, but if you kind of know how stuff works, over here where this big empty space is, there's supposed to be a condensing coil right there. And sometimes people who have drug problems and enjoy a wee bit of the crack like to steal those, and then they sell them for about 35 cents a pound, and they go buy their crack, and then they have a good old weekend. As you can tell, this one's been stripped down as well. Although that compressor looks pretty heavy, you could probably get a couple grams of crack out of that. Although apparently nobody wanted to take it. It's a pretty decent heat exchanger. Looks like somebody tried to cover this unit up with a tarp, hoping to save it, I guess. Oh, and then we look over here. What do we got over here? Oh, looks like somebody got lazy on this one. They took the top off but didn't steal the copper. This one's been pretty much gone through. I don't know. Maybe I'll give them an estimate on how to repair this one. Maybe just a handful of parts, right?
New condensing coil. Maybe want to change that belt on that blower assembly, who knows. Oh, also, that's your return vent, the return vent. The air vents are just wide open to the space, just wide open to the rain and everything. Now apparently, sometime in the past, somebody replaced some units up here, and they apparently just had a one-time crane, because they could lift units, they could lift new units on apparently, but not lift the old units off, which boggles my mind, because I'm sure this portion of the roof wasn't engineered to support a 1,000 to 2,000 pound rooftop unit. I mean, let alone, was that 3 and a curb? Oh no, there's another unit up behind that curb over there, so that'll probably fall through. So I think I'm gonna walk over this way in case that does fall through. We're wading through water. That's pretty exciting. There's another rooftop unit that's kind of been gutted. I'm gonna walk on these gas lines so I don't drown in the Detroit River that's on this rooftop. Hey, another missing condensing coil. There's a lot of copper fanatics around here. Here's some rooftop units that apparently are just abandoned. Oh, right there's a keeper. They even stole the contactor, the control board, left the motor though. So that's good. That unit might work. Look at there, we got a nice little ghetto repair on that leaking condensing coil. And we come over to the other side of the roof where it's not too terrible. Got some old jugs R410. Somebody stole the blower motor. At least they turned the disconnect off though. So I'm just gonna take a wild guess and assume that unit doesn't run anymore. There's the belly band. What do we got over here? Our old condensing unit. And what do we got right there? We got an old semi-hermetic compressor. I might actually steal that myself. I'm not going to use it for crack though, but I might steal it just to take it apart, see what's on the inside. Nice neighborhood we got here, huh? Alright guys, this has been your public service announcement for the day. Remember, when in Detroit, on rooftops, be careful, mind your business, don't make eye contact with people. Alright, we'll see you on the next one. Hey guys, it's me again, Curious HVAC guy here. So, today I'm going to take you through a basic PM, preventative maintenance that I do on rooftop package units. Keep in mind that certain customers want more things done, maybe less things done. They normally will provide you with a checklist, and you just follow that checklist. It's really simple. But this is kind of just a video for people that maybe have never done a preventative maintenance before, kind of give you a roundabout idea of what to look for. So the first thing that you need to do is talk to the store manager, let them know why you're there, let them know that you're going to be shutting down the rooftop unit at some point in time, because there may be smoke alarms tied into the rooftop unit that will go off if you shut the power down without alerting the manager. Second thing I do before I get to the rooftop is I will adjust the thermostat to, I don't know, 65 or something, so I can ensure that by the time I reach the rooftop unit, it will be in cool mode. If I'm lucky, it'll be in stage 2 or 3 cool mode.
some customers may have an energy management company. You may have to call them and let them know to kick the units into AC mode. Or if you are familiar enough with the control boards, the communication boards that they have in the units, you can bypass them without very much difficulty and just bypass their board and get it into kick over into cool mode. With that being said, let me switch the camera here and we'll take a look at what I'm looking at. All right, guys, so we're at the rooftop now. The first thing I like to do when I get up to a package unit is I will record the data tag. I'll take a picture of it, make a note of the model and serial number. This unit I currently have turned off, really for video purposes. It's kind of hard to talk and get anything across with a package unit kicking on and kicking off. So going back to what I said previously, the first thing I like to do is I'll record my supply and return air temperatures. Now this is my return side right here. Normally there won't be a little tiny hole inside the cabinet. I just take a self-tapper and I drill a little hole, stick my little probe through there, and then I just record the temperature. It's really simple. Be very careful though, just don't go willy-nilly putting self-tapping screws everywhere. So I'll record that's my return air temperature on that side. And as the unit's running, because of course, if you remember, I said that I put it in AC mode before I get up here. And then I'll come over here to my supply side and I'll take a supply temperature. Again, I just pop a little hole with the self-tapper in there so I can just get my temperature probe in there. And then once I have my discharge and supply temperatures, the first thing I like to do is I'll go over to the condensing unit, just kind of inspect it. This one's a little dirty, a little bit of dust on there, a little bit of cottonwood, because we're still in the middle of cottonwood season up here. Now this one, I don't know if it'll pick it up on camera, but you can kind of see through it. So even though there's a little bit of cottonwood on the front of it, this condensing coil is pretty clean. It's a microchannel coil also, if you wonder why it kind of looks a little bit thinner than some of the coils you're familiar with. That one's not too terrible. Maybe in a month after cottonwood season, I'd probably come back and clean it. Also, get up underneath there, check underneath there. That's again not too bad. I'm kind of a hands-on type of guy, so when I walk up to these and they're cooling, I'll just put my hand on there, just feel it, just feel the air moving through it, see if the condensing coil is really hot. Put your hand over the condensing fan. Sometimes it is hard to detect if these fans are spinning the right way just by putting your hand over them. So I'll throw my hat on top of there. Obviously, if your hat blows off, spinning the right way. If it sticks and it sucks down, it's probably not spinning the right way and you probably have a dead condensing fan motor, meaning this one has died and this one is the only one working, so it's sucking air through this side, over to this side, and then out this side. It's a pretty common occurrence in these. So once I'm all done with that portion of things, I'll just kind of walk back over here and I'll take a peek at my P-trap. Now this one, before I turned the camera on, I pulled it off and cleaned it, but these are pretty clean. They just pop right off there. I just whack them against the side of the rooftop unit, just get all the gunk out from inside there. But this one, there was nothing in there. As you can tell, if it's picking it up on camera, that we've had quite a bit of moisture pouring out of this thing. Now, again, keep in mind that when I'm doing this unit would normally be running right now. So what I'll do before I do anything else, once I've done all that other stuff that I just listed, I'll go through and I'll get my amp draws of my compressor, stage 1, stage 2. I'll make a recording of that. I'll go in here and I'll get an amp draw of my condensing fans, my indoor blower motor. I'll record that. I will do the capacitors, but that comes later. There is a way to check capacitors with the unit on under load. You just need to take an amp draw of the start winding that's hooked up to the capacitor, and then you take the voltage, and I believe, if I remember correctly, you take the amp draw times 2,652, which is just a given number created by scientists, maybe Elon Musk, who knows. But you take that number, multiply it, and then you divide that number by the voltage, and that should give you the capacitance for the capacitor under load. The safest way to do it is wait until you're done doing all your checks with the unit running, and then you just discharge the capacitors, and then you check them when they're off. That's the safest way to do it.
Also with the unit running, what I like to do, get in a little bit closer here. If you can see, that's set to 230. This unit is actually 208. I verified that before I shut the unit off. So what'll happen if this unit is only at 208 and I'm on the 230 side of the primary, or the primary side of the transformer anyway, we could have fluctuation in our low side, meaning that if I'm hooked up to 230, that low side may not quite step down to 24 volts. So I'm going to go ahead and switch this from 230 over to 208 because that is how it should be. Also, while I'm in here staring at wires, I'll just look for any burn marks. I'll pull these covers off. These two little screws here will come off, and I'll look inside there and see the contact points of the contactors and just see if they're pitted, if they're starting to get really bad from opening and closing all the time. Normally after a couple years they should be replaced because they get a lot of carbon buildup from arcing. I'll go up here, just kind of double check everything. Wiring looks good. I'll make sure none of my thermostat wires are loose. None of my spades came loose. This right here is an energy management board, communication panel, if you will. All my wiring looks good. This is a, I don't know, 5-6 year old unit, so it's not too terrible. Now, once I'm done with that section, I'll step around to the compressor section. If you can kind of see back there, those are our filters. This particular customer uses a filter media. They have a company that comes out and just replaces the filter media. I have nothing to do with that. Those aren't too terrible though. They're pretty clean, so I'm not too worried about that. But I'll just kind of check around my compressor, my discharge line, suction line, just see if I have any rubbing, any oil stains, anything that could cause a potential problem in the upcoming summer months. I don't see anything too bad over there. Then I'll come over to my blower section. I always like to just take a picture or record the blower belt number, and I'll write it on the door. I'll write it in the blower assembly somewhere, just in case it ever wears off the belt and nobody knows what size belt you need. I also kind of like to get in here, squeeze the belt a little bit. This one is pretty tight. It's got maybe 3/4 to an inch of deflection. So that one's not bad. I'm not going to adjust that at all. That one's pretty darn good. What I also like to do is spin this. I don't know if the camera's going to pick it up, but you want to look at this belt straight on and make sure that this drive pulley and that blower pulley in the back there are straight on. If they're not, you're going to need to adjust one or the other because you're going to have all sorts of belt issues if you don't do that. Also, once I have the belt off, I like to go in here and just look at the inside part of this pulley, make sure that it's not too worn out. It should have just a slight angle to it. Sometimes after years and years of just running nonstop, they'll start to wear flat and this belt will ride unevenly. One side might have a nice smooth side to it. This one might be dipped down a little bit. If that's the case, of course, just quote to replace it. And we step over to our TXVs. These ones are really nice. These have a plastic coating on all the distribution lines, so I'm not too worried about those. Normally, I like to just go through here and make sure I don't have any copper on copper anywhere. Make sure there's nothing that's going to rub out and create a leak for our customer in the future. Now down there is our heating section. This is a spring-summer PM, so I'm not doing anything with that. That'll be a future video where we'll go through and kind of cover the heating portion of things. But another thing too, it doesn't happen too much on the inside of package units, but these little holes right here, they help the motor stay cool. So if you ever come across one that's maybe full of dirt or lint or whatever, just take a brush, get that junk out of there. It'll save that motor, give it a couple more years. Stuff like this, wires just kind of flapping here. This one's not too terrible, but anywhere we have wires just kind of flopping around, make sure that they can't rub against bare metal. Stuff like this down in this corner, you want to make sure that's not rubbing up against metal, because obviously that's going to create a problem in the future. Another thing that I don't believe I mentioned earlier is, again, keep in mind that when I walk up to this unit, it should still be should still be cooling. However, make sure you don't try to grab that belt like I just did with the unit running. Use a little bit of common sense. If you don't have any common sense, you probably shouldn't be in this trade because you're going to need some common sense. If you don't have any, maybe you can find a school or a night class where you can go take some common sense lessons. But again, getting back to my point. So when I walk up to these units, they should be cooling, and both of my condenser fan motors will be running. That's, of course, if my ambient temperature is high enough, if my discharge temperature is high enough, if there's no fan cycling switches, which would be a lesson your lead tech should teach you. But when I first shut power off to these units, I'll watch the condensing fan motors and just kind of see if one stops really quick or if they both kind of slow down and then they eventually come to a stop, you know, a nice slow controlled stop. If you have one that stops abruptly, much sooner than the other one, the bearing in that condensing fan motor is probably going bad. That's probably worth notating and letting the customer know. I also like to take a look at the gas line. This one looks pretty good. I mean, it's old, but it is what it is. There's no cracks. I mean, it's fully supported. I'm not too concerned about it cracking in the future. There's my disconnect. I already checked my fuses. On this particular style of disconnect, you've probably seen these if you've ever done residential. They're real common in residential. But what I'll do is I'll pop these fuses out, and these prongs that the fuse sit in, the fuse holders, they can become loose. And what will happen is if these fuses aren't making a good tight contact with these copper prongs, it'll start to warm up. And when it heats up, it'll eventually blow this fuse. So I pop these out and kind of tighten them up a bit with some needle nose pliers, and then just pop it back in there when you're done. I go back to my wiring. The biggest thing when you are done with these, always remember to kick the disconnect back on. I can't tell you how many times I've forgotten to do that and how many calls I've been out on where a previous tech had done a PM and he forgot to do that. So always remember to kick that back on. Last but not least, normally on some of these units, let me step back here to give you a bigger picture. Normally on some of these units, right here around this big square, you would have what's called an economizer, which is really just a fancy word for free cooling during the fall months. If you were working at a restaurant, if you were at some store or something where they produce a lot of heat inside, rather than kick on mechanical cooling, you would want the unit to be able to just bring in outside air, because if it's fall, you know, you're looking at 40-50 degrees outside, so there's no point in kicking on mechanical cooling when you can just open up a panel and bring in outside air. So normally there will be an economizer here, there will be a motor, an enthalpy sensor, and it'll open up. This unit is not equipped with an economizer. It's just there for looks, basically. There's no actual actuators or motors or sensors inside this unit to kick the unit into free cooling. Now, if you do have one, the only thing I really do with economizers when I'm doing a preventative maintenance is I will just adjust the minimum position setting just to make sure the motor is actually opening and closing. Beyond that, there's really not much else I can do on those. But that really wraps up a preventative maintenance on a rooftop package unit. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed that video. Again, this is just a basic PM. There might be stuff that customers want, stuff that customers don't want. One of the things that I've heard customers say they wanted is, on a preventative maintenance, they want us to record refrigerant pressures, which, unless they really twist your arm into doing it, I would highly recommend against that. Even if you have smart probes or something where it's not going to release a whole heck of a lot of refrigerant if you tap into that sealed system. But the only time you should ever hook up gauges to a sealed system is if you have a problem that you can't diagnose any other way besides hooking into the sealed system. Once you hook into the sealed system, you remove refrigerant, you have the chance of introducing moisture, non-condensables, all sorts of bad stuff can happen. So I would recommend against that. But hope you enjoy the video. Like and subscribe. Hey guys, Curious HVAC guy here again. Today I'm going to show you a quick little problem, pretty common among the rooftop units. So let me flip this camera around and show you what I'm looking at. Alright, so here's what we're looking at. focus in on the primary side of our transformer. You can see that we're set up for 230. So real quick, let's take a look at my meter and see what we're actually getting on this rooftop unit. 206, about 209, go to the outer side, it's 207. So we are basically underfeeding that transformer if we're set up on the primary side. So let's see what kind of low voltage we're getting right now. Got about 23, which honestly isn't too terrible. Normally when you see this sort of thing, you'll have 21, 22 volts. And that's when you start getting problems with your contactors not getting enough voltage to close all the way and they'll chatter, or your control boards might not sense proper voltage. So I'm going to switch this over to 230, or 208, excuse me. And then now we're going to recheck voltage on the low side, secondary side. And you can see we now have 26 volts, which is a 3 volt increase. So our low voltage will not be an issue. We won't risk having chattering contactors. Just thought I'd share that. Thanks, guys. Hey guys, so we got something kind of interesting today. I got a train package unit that has a call for 2-stage cooling, but we're only getting 1 stage of cooling. Stage number 2 is running, stage number 1 is not running. So I've already gone through some of the diagnostic checks and I found the stage 1 system is completely flat. There's no refrigerant left in it. Really simple. I just traced voltage until I found the low pressure switch was open, and then of course that's when I decided to test my gauges, and I found the system is empty. So I'm going to pressurize the system right now and get out my leak detector and maybe put about a ½ pound of R410 in the system as a tracer gas so I can find the leak, and then I'll show you what I find in just a little bit. Alright guys, I'm not sure if you can hear it, but we found the leak. It looks like it's cracked right on our discharge side of the compressor here. Let's see if I can get it to, it's cracked right at the elbow, maybe about a 1/4 inch, ½ inch long crack. You can kind of see it as I spray it with bubbles. Let's see if I can get it a little closer here. Better. And see right there we got nice big old crack. Now, given the length of that crack, kind of where it's at, I think I'm just going to cut that elbow right out and replace it with a new elbow. Just to make sure we got a nice permanent fix on there. Let's see if we can get a different angle at it. I don't know, this is a first for me. I haven't seen too many elbows that are cracked in that particular manner. So, alright, I'm going to get this copper cleaned up. Get that elbow cut out of there. I'm going to get that dryer cut out, a new one fitted up, and then I'll bring you back on the adventure when I'm all set. Hey guys, real quick, I just wanted to share a tip. When you're cleaning copper, for those that are maybe new to the field, when you're cleaning copper, I learned this the hard way, but the best way to clean that copper is clean it before you cut it. It's just easier to clean it when all the pipes are still connected rather than after you cut it, you're trying to hold one end of copper and sand it at the same time, and you end up cutting your fingers off or whatever else happens. So keep that in mind. Alright guys, we're about to braze this dryer in place. Got my nitrogen hooked up for a low, steady nitrogen flow.
Set this right here. See if I can do this without burning a hole through anything. Also, you new guys, if you'll notice that arrow, you always want the arrow on the dryer to be pointing towards your metering device. If you do it any other way, you're going to run into some troubles. Alright, torch is down. Double check with the mirror. Probably not picking it up on camera, but right in the back of this, there's a little bit of a divot. We're going to hit it with the torch one more time. If I can get my torch to light. All right, let's double check that again. Not too bad. Let's see if we can get a close up. Not too bad of a joint right there. Check this bottom side. Not too shabby. All right, next up is our elbow. All right, guys, so now you're sitting inside of the unit, so I'm about to brace this elbow in place. So hang on for the ride. That went pretty good. Now we're going to cool it off and inspect it with a little mirror here in a second. Sorry guys, I know I'm blocking your view, but I'm going to get this thing cooled off as fast as I can. All right. How's that look from your angle? I don't see any divots. Got a nice round cap on there. It's not too shabby at all, I'll tell you what. All right, guys. Let's see if I can see you here. We're gonna get this thing on a vacuum now. Get this right out of here. So now I'm sure you guys have noticed by now my awesome hat. Yeah, it's fantastic. I got it off Amazon. Now, if you've ever at a suntan in the shape of a baseball cap with the little cutout in the back and everything, or the front, depending on how you wear it. Once that happens to you and you got to walk around looking stupid, you'll probably buy a hat like this. That's what I did. That's why I bought this. Alright, let me get this vacuum going. Hey guys, so real quick before I jump the gun and start pulling a vacuum on here, I just wanted to take a second and show you that we are doing a pressure test, a decay test. I have it to, I don't know if my camera's going to pick it up right now because it's so bright outside here, but I have about 200 pounds of pressure in the system. Let's see if we can kind of get a little bit of an angle there. I got about 212 pounds of pressure in the system. It's been holding for a good 15-20 minutes. I hang these bad boys back up here. I also took a quick minute and I rechecked, sprayed my joints with bubbles again, just to make absolutely sure I don't have any sort of leaks in there. I also went through my other joints just to make sure. I checked my micro channel. There was a lot of oil sprayed around here, so there wasn't just one spot where I could see a little bit of oil, then determine that the leak was there. So it's kind of just all over the place. Now, as we're waiting for this decay test, I wanted to take you onto these condensing coils. Again, I'm not sure how much you can see on camera because it's just so bright out on this roof. But if you can see that condensing coil, there's just a thick layer of cotton on that thing. So once I get her under a vacuum, I already brought a hose up here, so I'm going to stretch that hose out and wash this thing off. Why not? Make sure it runs really good for them. You'll notice I got my jug of 410 up on top there. It's getting nice and warm, building up lots of pressure, so I can charge it up in about 2 seconds flat. Alright. Alright guys, as you can tell, we're down to about 640 microns. Got our vacuum going pretty good. I'm gonna wait till we get down well below 500, and then we'll valve everything off and do an actual decay test. In the meantime though, I'm gonna close this disconnect so I don't spray everything with water, which obviously wouldn't be too cool. Then I'm going to clean this dirty coil. Now this coil is a microchannel coil, all aluminum, and it's not really full of grease or anything, so I'm just going to use water on it. They do make aluminum safe coil cleaner, but like I said, it's not really gunky. It's just got a blanket of crap on it. And we're just going to wash it right off. See, it's looking better already. There we go. Not sure how much of this the camera's picking up because it's so bright up here I can't even see my phone, so I apologize if you can't see nothing. Yummy, look at all that garbage coming off of there. Now also, because this is a microchannel coil, you can't split it. It's not multi-layered. As far as I know, they don't make multi-layered microchannel coils yet. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not really a super tech. I just play one on TV. So I'm not real sure if they make one yet. I can't imagine they do. I assume if you had an aluminum microchannel coil and you tried to split it, it would probably just snap right in half and explode into a ball of flames. Hey, look how much better that's looking already. Alright guys, I'm sure watching me do this is blowing your mind, so I'm going to shut this off and finish cleaning this. Hey guys, so we're down to about 320 microns, and I know I got my micron gauge connected to my manifold set, but what I do is I keep my low side blocked off at the manifold set, and once I pull down from both sides, once I get under about 500 microns, I'll close off the low side. I really just pull through the high side. I know I'm working against restrictions like the TXV, you know, even though it's going to be open, you know, and through my hoses, I don't have my core removal tools on right now. But yeah, so what I do is I'll block off this, which would make this the lowest part of the system. That's the furthest point from my vacuum pump at this time. So, all right, we're gonna charge it up and get back at it. All right, guys, we're just about all set here. I got the charge weight in, 4 pounds, 7 ounces of R410. I got it running in 2-stage cooling right now. See if my camera will pick up my gauges here. Got about 121 PSI on the low side, about 19 degrees superheat. Pretty good. 40 degree evaporator. A 240 on the high side. See, our supply temperature is about 54. Not really pulling out any moisture yet, but we're getting there. Now what I always do on these is I'll always just take quick amp draws. I know roughly what they should be, so 6.9, that's not too terrible. What's this one at? 8.2. Not bad. Check our indoor blower. 4.1. Not bad, not bad. Alright guys, hope you enjoy the video. We'll see you on the next one. Alright guys, we're looking at a Russell evaporator coil. Walk-in cooler. We're about 50 degrees. As you can tell, our thermostat's kind of just hanging right there. I'm gonna get some zip ties, fix that up. Our coil's nice and clean, as you can tell. Remember, on this low profile coil, our return goes into the fan and blows out the side. So our return is the fan. The coil looks good. I've already inspected the inside of the coil. It's nice and clean. I was just here a few weeks ago to do preventative maintenance, so anyway, we're gonna get up on the roof and see what's going on up there. Alright guys, so I found our condensing unit. It took me a few minutes because this is a shared rooftop and there's lots of other equipment from the other restaurant that they kind of keep in close proximity to one another. But I did find the condensing unit. The first thing I did was just kind of double check our defrost clock. I don't know if it's going to pick it up on camera, but you can kind of see it. That green light means that we should be cooling, and it looks like that green light is illuminated. It's kind of hard to tell because it's so bright out outside here. Our defrost clock is out of time, which doesn't mean a whole lot. Somebody could have been messing with it last time they were up here, but it's about 3 o'clock right now, and that's set to just a hair above its last defrost cycle at noon. Contactor's not pulled in. We don't have anything going on right now. Compressor's not running. Fans aren't turning. I'm going to get out my meter and just kind of start chasing voltages. But my initial suspect is that we're off on low pressure. But either low pressure or our resettable high limit switch right there is tripped. Even though our condensing coil is pretty clean. Got a little bit of cottonwood up at the top, but I mean it's not too terrible at all. So let me get this meter out and I'm going to start chasing voltages. Alright guys, so it took me a lot less time than I thought. This resettable high limit switch here, or resettable high pressure switch, was tripped. So I just kind of hit it. Our right side condensing fan motor came on. The left side did not. There's a lot of oil on this fan, so it's probably shot. I'm not even going to bother checking that capacitor. I'm just going to replace the entire motor and everything. As you can tell, it doesn't even want to go. It's trying, it just can't do it. So I'm going to shut this off, get some new fan motors in there, and see what happens. Alright guys, so I ran and grabbed me a couple of these universal, what are these, Hvac motors. They're going to do the job. It's basically a permanent replacement, dual voltage, reversible, same RPMs, everything I need. Real quick though, I wanted to show you on this old motor. I've never really seen this before, this badly anyway, but this shaft. You notice that shaft? How far in that shaft goes? So this motor might be a contender to be cut open so I can see what went wrong on the inside. And then another thing I wanted to make sure I had time to point out that I forgot to point out earlier is if you're looking at a setup like this and you're not real sure if you're looking at the freezer or the walk-in cooler, this defrost clock, you'll notice the wiring on it. There's no X terminal, basically there's no other wiring. So there's no heaters hooked up, there's no defrost termination switch, fan delay switch, none of that. So just kind of a big giveaway that it is a walk-in cooler and not a walk-in freezer. Alright, I'm going to get these fans hooked up and I'll turn you back on when I get that all set. Alright, I'm going to get this fan motor changed out real quick. Just a couple of 3/8 nuts on here. Nothing too crazy. Quick tip for all you new guys. These old screws that you pull off this old motor, obviously this motor's no good, but these nuts come in handy because there might be one day where you're replacing a motor and maybe the new motor doesn't come with all 4 of the nuts. Maybe one of them fell off in the box, whatever. There might be a day where you're really going to need one of those, so get yourself a little miscellaneous screw and nut and bolt little box and throw them in there. You'll be glad you did. Alright, old motor is off. Here is our new motor. Now don't get too afraid. All these wires, it's just a dual voltage. Just a dual voltage motor here. With a nice clear diagram of our 115, 208, 230 hookups. Now this particular motor is going to be 208, 230, so we'll go through and kind of wire that real quick. One thing I need to make sure I tell you is this old motor right here, you see those terminal ends on there? They're the male spade ends. I'm going to cut these off because it's just easier to connect it to the pre-existing wiring. So I'm going to cut these off and wire nut them to our line voltages for our new motor. Here. And again, guys, this is just real simple stuff here, real basic stuff. Now, looking at this diagram, it looks like for our 208 hookup, we're going to use purple and white for our line voltage. So there's white. Back just a little bit. Now, since it is 208, 230, it doesn't really matter which side is which as long as you get the right two line voltage wires correct. Like, I could put the purple wire on this side or the white wire, it really doesn't matter. So we got power coming in on both sides. Alright, so purple is line 2. Looks like this motor came pre-wired for low voltage, 115 volts, so no big deal. Always make sure you tape up your wire nuts when you're done, especially on outdoor applications like this. A smart old guy once told me that these wire nuts, they make better umbrellas than they do caps, or cups, excuse me. So, what that means is you want to make sure it's sealed up so it doesn't flip over or catch rain. You don't want it collecting moisture at all. So seal them up when you're done. What we need to do for our wiring right now. I'm gonna get this mounted, get the wires secure, and then I'll touch base with you in just a minute. Hey guys, I just wanted to take a second and kind of clear up something that might be confusing to some newer guys or some guys that just maybe aren't as familiar with this sort of thing. At the bottom of this, you'll notice that this is a reversible motor, and at the bottom where you see CSWE and CCWSE, all that is clockwise shaft end and counterclockwise shaft end. Now, what does that mean? Well, look at your motor. There's two ends of a motor, shaft end and lead end. Lead end is the back side or the butt where the wires come out. I guess that's why they call it the lead end, is because your leads, which are your wires. Shaft end is with the shaft pointing right at you. So with the shaft pointing right at me, and orange, orange, yellow, yellow for my reversible wiring. And if we're going counterclockwise, it looks like we are wired up correctly. So, just wanted to share that real quick. Alright, so we got our new motors mounted. All our wiring is nice and tight. I did check the rotation. I did have to reverse these. I had my pitch in my mind confused when I was looking at it originally. But it's fine. I got it switched around so air is blowing this way toward our compressor. See, you want to make sure, just take a little bit of time to make sure this wiring is all nice and tight and secure. Just make it look good. Don't be a hack. So the other thing we're going to do is we're going to come over to this defrost clock and we're going to adjust the time. And also while I'm adjusting this time, I'm just seeing if this dial maybe has a hard time turning. I'm going to adjust it to, it's almost 6 o'clock, so I'm going to adjust it to about 6:15, which is fine. I just don't want it to go into defrost a few minutes after it starts up. Alright. bear with me here as I one-handedly throw this cover on top, because I want to spray this coil out while it's running for two reasons. One, I want to spray the condensing coil down while it's running because it's been off almost all day and it's really warm in that box. And two, because when this thing starts, excuse me, I take that back. I want to spray it with water, for one, because it's really hot in that box and it's probably, it might trip on high head or draw locked rotor amps for a little bit longer, but so it'll give it a little bit of relief if I spray some cold water on there. Not really cold water, but you know, some water. And also there's a little bit of cottonwood on there, so we'll get that all cleaned up. And she's running. Alright guys, I'm going to shut this down and get this coil cleaned up. Alright, so spraying this coil out. There wasn't a whole lot of gunk in there. There was a good amount of stuff in there. It looked pretty clean. I put my light through it. I could see right through it. No biggie, but the rule of thumb you always have to remember with these condensing coils is you don't know it's clean unless you clean it yourself. I don't know when the last time this thing was cleaned, so rather than running the risk of this unit shutting off on a high head pressure again because it's got a dirty condensing coil, we're just going to clean it ourselves. So always remember that, guys. If you're unsure about the coil, just clean the damn thing. Alright. Alright guys, I got the cover back on. Disconnects on. Side panels are on. I took an amp draw of our compressor. We're pulling about 5.3 amps, which is within tolerance. Not bad. That being seen there. Our sight glass is nice and clear. So, now with something like this, our sight glass is nice and clear. We had an obvious problem of a condensing fan motor that was seized up. I really don't see any other issues that could be alarming. There's no oil stains. What I'm getting at is there's no reason right now for me to attach my gauges. So I'm not going to attach any gauges. I'm not going to take any refrigerant pressures because at this point I don't believe I need to. I don't need to tap into the sealed system for any particular reason. The one thing I could do if I really wanted to, I could just take some temperature probes and I could connect to my suction and liquid line. You know, just to take the temperatures of them, kind of guesstimate what your subcooling superheat would be, subtract that, and you can get within tolerance of actual pressures, but there's really no need in doing that yet. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to go downstairs and stand by the door and watch the temperature drop. Alright guys, this is the end of it. We're down to a little bit below 40 degrees. I got the thermostat capillary tube all secured nice and tight. I got our sensing bulb on the return air. So we should be all set. I'm going to stick around and watch this temperature get down to about 34, 36 maybe, and then we'll head out of here. Alright guys, hope you enjoyed the video. Thanks. Alright guys, we got a store location here in Ohio that they're complaining is the sales floor is really hot. So we're about to climb up on the roof and check out these units. I know they should be brand new units. 2 years ago I installed 3 brand new rooftop units at this location, so I'm curious to see what we're going to get into. But as soon as I got my ladder set up, secured, I'll bring it along for the ride. So talk to you in a minute. Alright guys, here we go. So these York units I installed about a year ago, maybe a year and a couple months. This location doesn't have any sort of preventative maintenance program in place, although we recommend it every single year because we come out here usually on an emergency call and have to clean out all the cottonwood out of their coils, right? Now this unit is running. despite it having a bunch of cottonwood in its coils. To take you on a little bit of a trip over here to this unit that I found. So they have 2 out of their 4 units are down. Now this unit, hopefully my camera's going to pick it up through this finger guard. But this unit, if you'll notice, that fan blade is all chopped up. The fan motor's been stopped for who knows how long. That blade looks like it snapped off. It doesn't appear to have damaged the condensing coil at all. It just kind of, for whatever reason, snapped off and stopped this motor. So we're going to go ahead and replace that entire motor and blade assembly, capacitor, the 9 yards, and then we're going to clean that condensing coil too. Now the best part is going to be this front unit. This front unit is what initially we were called for. So the front unit was completely dead. Disconnect was on, but it's completely dead. So got to poking around. Condenser coil's not bad. See, it's nice and clean. Not too terrible. Then I got the noticing right here. We have wires that used to go to a high pressure switch, I believe, on both sides. So why are they just hanging there? Well, then you get to looking around, come down here, and the discharge side of our compressor, on both compressors, just the discharge side right there, see right here, that's our discharge side of the compressor. Both lines coming out of the compressor have been, it doesn't even look like they've been cut, but they've just kind of been ripped off. At least with a hacksaw or a sawzall, you get a little bit of a better cut, but yeah, no, those have been maybe ripped off. I'm not real sure. But then if you come up over here into our filter section, you can kind of see right here, that's the line coming off of one of the compressors going into the condenser. I'm not sure which circuit it is because we have 2 circuits on this. So, and that one, when they cut that, you can tell they cut it, and they also bent this at a 90, so we gotta probably cut that back towards the condenser and just run a new piece of pipe through there. And here's the other circuit right here. They cut that. Didn't damage it too much, so I can probably cut that out, cut that back, connect a new piece to it. That shouldn't be too terrible. But it looks like they only stole the discharge lines coming off the compressor for some odd reason. I don't know if crackhead maybe got spooked, or maybe had a change of heart, decided to get a job instead of stealing copper to get $5 for his crack. But that's a bizarre one. Now my other problem is there's just enough nub on this compressor where I could try to heat that up, pull out the little piece of copper that they left there. I don't know if I'd be able to successfully do that, but what I'm thinking too is I could put a union over top of it. But my biggest concern really is, this is a PoE compressor, and I don't know how long it's been this way. I don't know how long it's just been open like that, and it's been really, really hot and muggy here, so there's a lot of moisture that's just been exposed to this compressor. So we're probably just going to ultimately quote to replace both compressors, even though the compressors are fine for now, but they're going to have all sorts of acid problems in the future. So I'm going to quote to replace both compressors, do some line work, vacuum, dryer, recharge, the whole 9 yards. So I don't know, kind of a different one. It's been a little while since I've seen something like this. Normally when people break into these units and steal copper, they steal more than 2 pieces of copper. So I'm not real sure. I'm kind of confused by this whole thing. But who knows? Maybe it's just somebody learning how to be a crackhead and they don't know what they're supposed to do yet to get their crack money. You never know. Alright guys, thanks for watching. Alright guys, we got a freezer, not freezing today. Box is at 91 degrees. As you can tell, it's completely full of product. Zero zone. There's our model and serial number. It's been
at 91 for a couple days now, so you can imagine the smell in there. Let me come around. First thing I noticed just a few minutes ago, the suction line on our compressor there was frozen over. It's thawed now, but check out our accumulator. The accumulator's got a nice covering of frost on it. And just a few minutes ago, the unit was cycling off on low pressure, so I'm going to assume that we have something going on with our evaporator. I'll bet once I clear out the spot in that evaporator, the fans have stopped. Sight glass isn't moving, condensing unit's off, compressor's warm to the touch. Not much else to show you up here. Check your condensing fan. It's clear, just dusty. But alright, I'm going to clear some product and check out this evaporator. Alright guys, got a section of the evaporator cleared out here. So let's pull it open. That's exactly what I expected. All of our evaporator fans are frozen. So we're essentially getting no airflow across our evaporator. You can see back in there, our evaporator is not frozen over. So it's not really a defrost issue. I'm going to try to pull, I probably can't even open this evaporator, this panel right here. It flips forward and you can get a better look at the evaporator, but with so much product in here we can't do that. But there's a drain that Zero Zone has behind here in that evaporator, and that drain isn't equipped with a heater. So what always happens is the condensate drain freezes over, water builds up, and then your evaporator fans stop and you have this problem. Pretty common. So, took a little bit of doing, but I was able to clear off all the shelves above our evaporator coil here. Now, we are currently calling for cool. As you can tell, all of our evaporator fans are stopped from ice building up in the bottom of this pan. So, what that does is once you stop the airflow across your evaporator, you're just basically running liquid refrigerant through your evaporator coil. Your suction pressure drops, and your compressor basically short cycles on and off on low pressure, which is what it's doing right now. So let's see if we can pull this open. There we go. See, you pull this right there. This is just on a little hinge. Got some of our fans going right there. Those are still stopped up, but I don't want to ruin those fans, so we're going to come up here and just disconnect. See? There's our compressor turning on. It might actually run for a little while, but let's go along for the ride on this one, huh? So back here at our evaporator, what I want to show you is first thing we got to do is we got to break up this ice, because we're going to get this ice out of here. I'm going to leave it powered off and we are going to let it thaw. So what I want to want to do is I want to show you where this drain hole is at. Right there. So this right here is our condensate drain hole. Now Zero Zone in their infinite wisdom, you can see down there now, Zero Zone in their infinite wisdom never put a drain line heater in there. So what'll happen is the top of that'll usually fill up, it'll freeze over, and then it'll just start backing water up everywhere. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna wait for all this ice to melt. We're gonna come back. I'm gonna cut into these fan lines. I'm just gonna wire a drain line heater right to these fans, because these fans have constant power. So we're gonna wire those in, feed a heater down into there, and that'll fix our problem. But this is a very, very common issue on Zero Zones. I've done 15, 20 of these at least. So, all right, let's get this ice cleaned out of here. All right, so we got all the ice cleared out of the bottom of this. I verified all my evaporator fans do spin. None of them seem to be cracked. Fans don't appear to be damaged much at all. There's all the fun colored ice. Some of that is meat juice, some of that is ice cream and popsicles. Now, going back to what I was saying earlier, I'll attach a screenshot of the drain line heater that we're gonna come back and put into this thing. I know a couple of you guys are probably wondering why we don't just clean out all this ice and just leave it running, because I plan on leaving it off so it can thaw. I'm also gonna just do an amp draw of that defrost heater, but I've seen so many of these and I know the ice pattern of this, so I know a defrost heater is probably fine, but we'll get an amp draw of it just in case. But the only way to really get the ice out from underneath that evaporator coil is just to spray a bunch of hot water in there. And you obviously have to have the machine off to do so. And if you do that, unless you have some sort of shot vac or something hooked up to that drain, you're going to end up flooding the store. That plus all the product's already been lost, so we're not even really overly concerned about getting it up and running right now. I'm going to let it all fall naturally, come back, put a heater in there, and we'll be all set. So let's go up top and get an amp draw of our defrost heater. Real quick, you guys, while I'm up here, I just noticed this, thought I'd share. A lot of times at this particular retail location, we get condensing coils that are plugged full of balloons. So now that one being low hanging, the string is caught on the screen that's over top of the condensing unit. I give it about another day or two, and that balloon's gonna lose just enough helium and get sucked right onto that condensing coil, and then we'll be out here for another service call. So while I'm up here, walk over here, and we're gonna take rid of this balloon here. Go. And now we're safe. All right, real quick before we get up and check this defrost timer, or this defrost heater, excuse me, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna carefully pull this evaporator cover open. Maybe. And I'm gonna dump some water down this drain line, and I'm gonna go up top and watch it actually drain, just to make sure our condensate pump underneath is actually pumping the water. Alright. That's a good amount of water. Let's climb up here. Right there is our drain pan for our condensate. Right out of this line right here, we should have water that we just dumped in there. It should be pumped up and poured out of here, but That's not happening. So we're going to need to investigate that pump. As NorCal would say, it looks like we have a multiple offender. So here, this is our drain pump, our condensate drain pump. Might have had a false alarm on here. We're just going to dump some more water in here. I don't think it was full enough to actually have activated that float switch. So I'm going to dump another gallon of water in here. Alright. I can hear the pump going. I don't see any bubbles or anything. Let's go up top. It's hard to pick it up on camera, but looks like we are moving a little bit of water up here. However, normally when these pumps start to pump chicken juice and meat juice, I quote them to be replaced. Ice cream as well. The ice cream will get in there, it'll just clog everything up inside that pump. It'll never pump right. So I'm going to quote to replace that pump just as a preventative measure. Alright, now we're going to move on and check this defrost heater. So here we are up top in the condensing section here. I'm going to pull this control cover off, this contactor right here, and again we are powered off just so you know we're safe. This contactor right here is for our defrost coil. Now since this contactor is not pulled in, I'm going to ohm out this heater right through the contactor. We got 13 ohms of resistance on our heater. That's not too terrible. If you check out our schematic, you'll see why. I can just test it right there. It goes from black to brown, over to red to gray, and then from red to gray, it stops them over here, and goes to the bottom side of our contactor. So now, I'm going to put our disconnect back in and see if we can't get an amp draw. Back up and running. Now the only problem we may encounter is my box temperature is still pretty high. The evaporator temperature, however, is pretty low. But there is a probe inside that evaporator that tells that controller that the box is too hot and it should come out of defrost. I am going to try to just put it in manual defrost here. It took some doing, but we are in manual defrost. You can see our contactors pulled in. Switch over to amp draw. And we got 15 amps that side, 15.7 on that side. So our defrost heater's fine. Pull that disconnect back out. So we're going to end up quoting for a drain line heater. And once it's all thawed and ready, we'll come back and install it. See, over here is our condenser. All that rust and corrosion, that seems to be a common thing with zero zones. That suction line sweats. That accumulator back there sweats a heck of a lot. Now, I always thought that accumulators shouldn't be insulated because they need to be exposed to the ambient temperature so it can boil off the excess refrigerant that it pulls back. You know, because that's what it's there for, is to protect the compressor from liquid slugging. But zero zone, for whatever reason, insulates them. They tend to sweat a lot. But, alright guys, that's all for today. Hope you enjoy the video. Alright guys, here's what we're doing tonight.
I got 3 Lennox units on top of a restaurant. It's about 80 degrees downstairs. Each one of these is near 80. That one right there, the thermostat underneath it's about 78. That one's 76, 77, and that back one's about 78 as well. I turned them all down to 70. They were set to, I think, 74 or something, but I turned them all down to 70 just to make sure I'd have a call for cooling when I got up here. I'm going to start on this guy right here. Just because I just picked it at random. First thing I'm going to do, check the airflow with my handy dandy scientifically designed hat. I do that just real quick because it's just easier than putting my hand over it. Because sometimes if you put your hand over it, you might not be able to feel the airflow. For example, if that left fan motor is dead and that one's not, air will go through that dead fan motor, take the path of least resistance and up through this other fan. So, and when it does that, of course, it's bypassing the coil mostly. And you'll put your hand over that dead fan and you'll feel air movement because it's going down through it as it's going up through the other fan. And it feels like it's working, but I always like to just throw my hat on there just to be sure. Also, I'm kind of a hands-on type of guy when it comes to machines. This coil doesn't feel really warm at all. I mean, it kind of feels like it's right near ambient temperature. Nothing at all. It's about 85 degrees out here and about 80 degrees in the store, so I should have a much hotter coil. So let's pop this open real quick, just kind of see if we can see anything. Yeah, blower's working. That looks decent. Just kind of hoping to have a better view of the evaporator on this unit, but I believe we got to go over to this side. So let's pop this open. Now it's going to be kind of loud, so I apologize for the noise, guys and gals. I don't know if my camera's picking it up, but you can see this coil sweating. So it's sweating a decent amount, I'd say. Not too bad. It's not froze up. So I don't know if I really have a major issue with this one. This unit may be fine. That unit over there could be completely dead, which is causing this side of the building just to warm up. So before I get the bright idea of attaching gauges or doing anything further, let's go over to this unit. Let's get some eyes on this guy. Now if you notice right there, that fan motor should be spinning around, just like that fan motor is. Put my hat on there. You can kind of feel it getting sucked in as it's pulling air through here. So that side's working. Coil is really, really hot because it can't get rid of the heat. Because like I said earlier, it's just pulling air in and sucking it out. So we're gonna replace that motor, guys. So back at this unit with the dead condensing fan motor. I don't have a motor that'll fit this, unfortunately. I don't have a universal motor, a rescue motor, or anything like that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna block off that condensing fan motor with a piece of cardboard. I'm gonna disconnect it so it's electrically not gonna catch fire or anything like that, but it's kind of just an old school way of doing things just to get them by for tonight. Just put that on there, and then now our air will no longer go through the path of least resistance. It's gonna go through our coil. Even though we only got one fan, it's not ideal. I get it. Call me a hack, whatever you wanna do. But it'll get them by until we can get back here on Monday and get that fan motor changed out. I gotta kind of work with a sense of urgency. We got a little bit of a storm moving in. Hopefully it's gonna stay over there and not affect me at all. Now another thing that I made sure to double check was our starting components, or our ice cube relay rather. I did verify our ice cube relay is pulled in. I have an amp draw. I know it's hard to see on camera, it's kind of dark out here, but I got about 1.5 on both motors. or excuse me, 1.5 on my good motor, 3 amps on my bad motor. So I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect that, put a piece of cardboard over top of that. And the other thing is we don't have stage 2 isn't running. I'm not real sure why, but stage 2 is currently off, so could be off on high head. We don't know yet. So when I figure that out, I'll bring it back along. So here is our temporary repair. Get a little bit more light on there for you. Now I put the fan guard over top of that cardboard just to, I don't know, try to keep it a little bit stable. Again, it's not ideal, but we live in a real world where you don't always just have every single part you need on your truck. So this will get them by for now. Now another thing I wanted to show you guys here. I just spotted this. We have a sight glass on this, and these don't usually come with sight glasses, of course. And luckily, somebody put a little service tag over here, but it's been converted to MO99 at some point in time. Now that sight glass looks, I can't really tell if it's full, but it looks kind of foggy, so I don't really know what's up with that yet. But we're about to start troubleshooting stage number 2. But that storm is getting closer. We're starting to get some lightning bolts. So I might not get a chance to get over to stage number 2 on this unit. The kitchen unit, right over here, also one of our warmer units. The condensing coil isn't too bad. Kind of brushed it off real quick, but it really needs to be thoroughly washed. Now whether this pending storm is going to let me do that or not is another thing. I'm going to shut it off real quick. I already got my hose ran up here. I'm going to soak it in some microchannel safe chemical, wash it off, and see if that'll help them out. So here we are back at this unit with the dead condensing fan motor. My contactor's still not pulled in. I just noticed that we have a code number 15 on our control board, which, if we go over here, if I can get my light to line up. Sorry about the lighting, guys. We're filming in real world conditions. So if you can see number 15 right there, high pressure open 3 times, so it's basically locked out our circuit number 2. So I am going to just reset this. I'm 99% sure it's because our condensing fan motor died. So there's a little black button here. We're going to hold it down to clear that code. It'll reset itself, and both stages of cooling should come on. I do have a call for second stage cooling, so if you look in there now, our second stage is pulled in. Let me change some things around here, guys, see what our amp draw is on this beast. Quick plug on my meter here. I really do enjoy this meter, my meter SC260. Looks like we're pulling about 14 amps on stage 2. Got about 16 on stage 1. Keep in mind though, they just started back up a second ago. We're operating on one condensing fan motor. Now, another thing I kind of want to do, because, well, I take that back. I don't want to do it until I replace that condensing fan motor. Once I replace that condensing fan motor and get my airflow back on this condensing coil, then I'll think about attaching my gauges. But right now, there's really no point. Until I have proper airflow, no point. So now, let's go over here and wash some coils. So what we're doing now is we're going to just wet these coils on this kitchen unit first. Now, we want to wet it before we apply any chemicals, kind of break up anything first, then we'll get some chemical on it. As you can tell, my water pressure here kind of sucks. It's just not very impressive, but it is what it is. Again, this is the real world. I got a little tiny bit of water pressure to work with. I'd like to have a little bit more, but this'll do. Once I get some chemical on there, it'll help break things up a little bit. So, all right, let me get after it, guys. All right, so I just wanted to get a little bit of footage showing you how to kind of foam a coil. It's not really rocket science, guys, but some guys do this differently than I do. I like to go from the top to the bottom. Sometimes I'll go from the bottom to the top. Really, I don't know. I'm sure there is a scientific way behind it, but this is just how I've kind of always done it. I like to go from the top to the bottom, let everything soak in, then I just kind of follow it down as I go. There we go. Lighting conditions aren't too bad. Got my little spotlight set up to kind of show you what's going on here. But hey, this is real world conditions, right? Sometimes we work at night. Alright, let me get after this. So now we got our coil completely foamed up. I'm gonna let it kind of just sit on there, start breaking up some of that grease. This condensing unit sits kind of close to a couple exhaust fans, and those just spit out grease all day, and this just kind of sucks it up. So it's got some grease and stuff on there, not too terrible. So while that's doing that, let's go over here to this unit with the dead condensing fan motor and see what our supply temp is. It's not too terrible. We're just about down to 57.9. My return on this side was 78, so it's doing all it can. And again, we got a dead condensing fan motor, so it's not operating under ideal conditions, but it's better than nothing for now. All right, let's go spray off that coil. So, since I didn't have as good a water pressure as I'd like, I switched out my spray nozzles. This one's a little bit finer of a stream of water, so it's going to get in there and kind of push everything right through this microchannel coil. Now another thing we want to mention is when I'm all done here, I don't know if it'll come up on camera, but you see how dirty our ceiling, our roof. I mean, all this crap that we're washing off in this coil, it's going to land right down here on our roof, and when it dries up, it's going to get stuck right back on this coil again, and we're going to be back here a couple days later. Maybe not a couple days, but you get my point. Now, Mr. Chris Stevens from HVACR videos there, I mean, he hammers this home all the time. It's kind of where I picked it up at and kind of made it a habit was because of him. So, if you guys get a chance out there, check out Chris Stevens' videos, HVACR videos. Some of the best videos online, hands down. I mean, if I could be maybe a quarter as good as he is, I'd be far better off, but all right, guys, let me get this coil rinsed off here. We'll get it turned back on. We'll get a supply and kind of see where we stand, all right? All right, so here's our kitchen unit. Condensing coil's all clean. I let it dry for about 5-10 minutes, kind of let everything drip off there before I powered it back on. I sprayed the roof off as best I could. It could have been a little bit better. I get it. But I'm in a hurry. It's starting to thunder and lightning out here. I'm not making excuses, but had my situation been a little bit better, I would have probably sprayed off this entire roof. Got it nice and clean. Got all this garbage out of here. So anyway, our return air is about just a hair under 81. It's going down. So let's switch this over here to our supply. I know it's hard to see, guys. Again, real world stuff here. Now with an 80-degree supply, I would like to see 55 at least. Now, and again, this is just a rule of thumb of about a 20-degree difference between your return and your supply air temperatures. I apologize, I can't remember if it's delta T or temperature split. I get them confused all the time. I know one of them is your supply air temperature versus your actual refrigerant temperature, the actual evaporator temperature. But again, going back to that 20-degree split, the rule of thumb between your return and supply, that doesn't really take into account for the humidity level, heat load inside, airflow. It's just a rule of thumb, guys, okay? Sometimes it's dead on, sometimes it's not so it's not as accurate as you'd like, just because maybe it's a high humidity in the building, and it's going to take a little bit to pull all that moisture out of the air before it can actually cool the air down. So we're sitting at about 64. We'll give it another 10 minutes, see where we're at. All right, guys, I just wanted to take a minute and recap. Towards the end of that call, I didn't have much time to record anything. It was getting dark, storm was moving in, so I couldn't really finish up the little bit I had to finish up. But just to recap, that dining room unit that had the bad condensing fan motor, that one, I think I'm going to just replace both those condensing fan motors. After I looked at that motor, it looks like it's original, just like the one that failed on us. So I'm going to replace both of those. Now, the reason I replaced both of those, if it's not obvious, is because they're both the same age, and I don't want to come back in a week or two because that other motor went out. So I'm going to replace both motors. I'm also going to replace the blades because they're about $1.50, and it's not worth my time to try to wrestle those blades off those old motors. So I'm doing new motors, new blades, new capacitors, the ice cube relays that power those fan motors, and then we'll kind of recheck everything. I'll make sure my supply is good. If need be, I'll attach gauges, check my charge, but I don't see anything else wrong with those units. Belts are good, everything else looked nice on them. Coils are clean now, and that condensing coil on the kitchen unit, that's nice and clean. Our supply temp on that was a little bit high, but the return on that is still about, it was 82 at the time I took the supply of about 61-ish. By the time I got my mess cleaned up, got back downstairs and checked the temperature at the thermostat, it went down to about 77. So it's probably just been struggling all day to try to do anything, and it's probably going to take a little while for it to actually catch up with the heat load inside the building. I advised the manager not to let those units go into night setback mode, because here their night setback isn't a normal, or what I would call a normal night setback, where it just goes up a few degrees. This place, the units basically just go off. Fans circulate a little bit of air, but the units are basically off. So the next day, the unit, when they come in and they turn the units on, they're just kind of fighting and working, just struggling to cool the building down after they've been off all night. So I advise the manager just to let them run overnight for now, let them catch up, and we'll revisit this on a Monday. But that's all for now, guys. I hope you enjoyed the video. I know the lighting and the audio, the quality wasn't the best this time, but like I was saying the entire time, real world situation. Sometimes we work at night, we work in the dark, we work when it's storming. So kind of give you a little bit of a glimpse into some real world situations, all right? Hope you like it. Like and subscribe. Thanks, guys.
All right, guys, so today we are back on this zero zone. I quoted a condensate drain line heater for it, and we're gonna be installing it. I just want to give you a quick preview of what we're dealing with here. This blue wire right here, this is my constant power for my evaporator fans. I'm gonna tap into that right down there. I'm gonna kind of show you why real quick. It's just silicone in place right there, and I don't want to go through drilling new holes when I have a wire right here I can just tap into for power for that defrost heater. So like I said, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go down there. I got plenty of slack in this wire down there where our defrost drain line heater will go. Like I said, I can just tap into it and we can be done. Alright, and as you remember, there's my heater, and we are going to be installing it right in there. I already double checked, we're pretty much clear. There's a little bit of ice in the bottom of that, but I'm going to clear that out as well. And we are going to cut this blue line, tap into that, and we will be good to go. I want it to be heating anytime I'm in cool mode, so this will be the perfect way to do that. Alright, let me get her set up. Alright, so first get in here, some of this wiring.
make sure, stick my whole head in here. I'm going to try to cut it so I can resecure it back around this motor mount if possible. Now, if you remember from the previous video, I did quote a condensate drain pump for this unit. The customer, however, decided not to go with that quote. They'll probably do that at another time. All right, here's our connection where our heater initially connected to my incoming power source. Wires are secured all along our incoming power line, where they come over here. And then our heater goes down into the drain. Now what I'm going to do first is, before I wrap everything up, I'm going to just get a quick amp draw of this heater. Our unit's powered back on. We're just waiting for our evaporator fans to kick on. Now, I got my flashlight kind of holding up this evaporator panel so we don't have that fan smashing into our dryer. Now, it might take a few minutes for this thing to actually kick on because we have to wait for our fan delay switch to satisfy because our coil is just a little too warm right now. As you can see, our evaporator fan's turned on. We got about 0.5 amps on our condensate heater. Keep in mind it is just a little tiny heater, so it's not gonna pull a whole lot of amps. So, all right, let's wrap this up. So I just wanted to point this out real quick. Once you get this condensate heater installed, make sure that the wires are secured in a way that it's not gonna get caught up in your fan blade. I don't know if you can see that very well back there, but I got about 4 or 5 inches of clearance behind this fan blade, so we shouldn't have any further issues with this. Alright, we got our unit reassembled, back together as you can tell. And we are dropping temp down to 11 right now. I'm going to stick around and make sure we get down to at least 0, but looks like we are all set on this one, guys. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe. Alright guys, so we got
a split system today. Thermostat is set at 60. We're pushing down about 75-degree air. I haven't been up top to the roof yet to check out a condensing unit, but our blower's on. We have a call for cool. So let's get upstairs and see what we got going on up there. Nothing like a shaky ladder to get you to a rooftop, huh? Alright. Looks like we have a very, very old condensing unit sitting over there. Let's see what we got going on here. So, my initial diagnosis is our condensing fan motor's not doing nothing. Got nothing going on. Motor doesn't really seem hot. Normally if they're locked up and seized, this motor mount will conduct some heat. You'll be able to just kind of feel this and it'll be nice and hot. So I'm gonna left these wires out. That's a little bit of hackery, I guess. Best thing to do is just take a little piece of PVC, and you want to thread these wires through that PVC because over time the sun will just deteriorate this insulation, and one day they'll just short out. So, all right, well, let me get my meter out and see what we're dealing with here. All right. As you can see, I got my side panel removed. First thing I noticed was this capacitor just kind of suspended in midair by some zip ties, thanks to our Run Cat Bandit. I still have my disconnect plug in there. I'm just gonna check right here at the incoming side of our contactor to see if we have any sort of power sitting here. We should have 230 volts. As you can tell, we have nothing. Check at the ground real quick, see if we got anything. Yeah, we got nothing. Nothing right there. Let's pull this disconnect out. See if we have anything sitting inside here. Alright, so we don't have any power at this unit, so we either have a trip breaker or somebody just mistakenly had turned it off for some reason. But before we go any further, let's just do a quick check at this contactor. I just want to see if we have any sort of resistance, any continuity to ground. Maybe our compressor shorted out, tripped that breaker. So before we go flip that breaker, we want to make sure we don't have nothing shorted to ground here. If I can get my meter set up correctly. Zero, zero, zero. So we don't appear to be grounded anywhere. My compressor has, the wires going into my compressor have continuity. 2.8, 3.2, 0.9. So our single phase compressor checks out. Remember, on single phase compressors, guys, you can take all three of the readings, and the lowest and the middle reading should equal your highest reading, which would be your start to run winding. So common to run will be your lowest, start to common will be the mid-range reading, and then you take those two, add them together, that should equal your resistance between run and start. So let's go downstairs, check our breaker, and see what we're dealing with. It took me a little while to find the breaker for this unit because they have 4 separate large breaker panels in this building and nothing is labeled.
but I eventually found it. Powered it on. We got 240 volts at our disconnect. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to put that disconnect back in and see if we fire up. I'm not going to do anything as far as strapping that capacitor or fixing this wiring issue yet until I power it back on and see if we have any more issues. Because there's no point in going through and wiring or going through and fixing the wiring on this condensing fan motor if it turns out the motor's bad. Alright, so let me get this disconnect plugged in and see where we're at after that. Our disconnect is back in. Power is on. Our compressor contactor is pulled in. We currently have about 12.5 amps on our compressor. Come over here to our data plate. Our data plate says run load amps should be 13, so we're well within tolerance. Let's make sure we're just about beer can cold. Liquid line is a little bit warmer than ambient, and suction line is nice and cool. So I believe all we had was a case of a breaker being turned off for no apparent reason. They may have turned it off over the winter time for whatever reason, but I'm gonna unplug that disconnect, strap up the capacitor, and fix the wiring in that condensing fan. As you can see, I have my capacitor strapped up properly. My wiring's all secured. I had to unwire my condensing fan motor in order to run the wires through some PVC. If you can see it down in there, hopefully the camera's picking it up. I have the unit off right now. And this side, we got those directional wires inside some PVC. And again, guys, just to reiterate the point, the reason behind that is to keep the wires out of the sun. So after they sit in the sun for months and years, the insulation just deteriorates, and eventually it's going to short out. So, all right, let's power this on and go check our supply temp. It looks like we got about a 60-degree supply. My return is 78, 79, depending on where I put it in the return duct. So I think at this point I'm gonna attach some gauges real quick just to see what kind of pressures we got. Take me along the ride there. Yeah, we're still putting out a good amount of heat. Now, I'm pretty sure our supply isn't down around 50 or 55 where I'd like to see it, because this unit's been off for quite some time. The office isn't really insulated very well against the rest of the building. It's almost like a just an open design, and in the middle of this giant un-air conditioned building they have some wooden walls in place and a air conditioner attached to those walls. So it's not ideal conditions, but I think I'm going to gauge up to it just to double check our pressures, make sure everything looks good. Alright guys, here's what we're looking at. We got an evaporator coil temperature of about 46 degrees. Our condensing temperature is about 120. Subcooling's been floating between 17 and 19. It's about 85 degrees outside here, so our condensing temperature isn't too bad. We got about a 30, 35 split on that. I did check my superheat. Superheat was 3 to 5, not bad. I apologize, I seem to be missing my other temperature probe, my temperature clamp. But everything points to we just have a high load on this system. We're still bringing back about 78, 80 degree air. And like I said, this is just basically it's a wooden box inside of a giant cement building. And the walls of this wooden box that has 8 separate offices inside of it are not well insulated. So it's not an ideal system. We're not at a house or anything where they'd have insulated walls and everything like that. It's a pretty bad situation for this unit, but it looks like it's doing all that it can. So I'm gonna wrap it up here, guys. I think we're done for the day. Hope you enjoy the video. Hope you learned something as we go. Like and subscribe. Hey guys, so tonight we have an overtime call. No AC in the front dining room of a restaurant here. And it looks like we have a Lennox unit. That is to blame. I just got up here on the roof, and before doing so, I did make sure our thermostat was set to 70, so it was calling for cooling. And when I got up here, this machine wasn't doing anything. Just literally seconds ago, before I turned the camera on, my condensing units came on, or excuse me, my condensing fan motors came on, and my compressor kicked in. So, let's see here. Suction line is cold, suction line is cold, discharge is nice and hot, discharge is nice and hot. This wiring is kind of janky in this system. I hate to have to change this compressor out. You'd have to remove the incoming power line, go into the disconnect just to change this compressor out. That's interesting. Now we go up here, we look at our main control board. I don't see any fault codes. I don't know if it'll pick up on camera right there, but that K68 ice cube relay right there looks pretty burned up. Now I have a feeling that's probably part of our issue. But we're still in the visual inspection portion of this service call, so just kind of looking for things that might cause this unit to intermittently fail. Now right here, if you look on the right terminal, top right of this contactor, that yellow wire, right over there, I'm going to try not to touch it, but right over there, you can tell it's melted. So that terminal's kind of been overheating a little bit. We might need to change that contactor out, maybe fix up some of that wiring. Don't see anything else suspect in there. Blower's spin in the right direction. Now, for any of you newer guys, when I said the blower spin in the right direction, the only way I knew that really is just from the suction on the door, the blower compartment door. It's one of those things, after you've been doing this for a couple years, you kind of take for granted, but it's little stuff like this that helped me out when I was coming up in the field. Check our fan direction. Blowing. It's blowing. There's a lot of hot air coming off that condenser right now. The other thing I noticed when I was checking out my thermostat was the batteries in the back of that thermostat. They look pretty corroded, so we have corroded batteries on the thermostat, 2 relays that control our outdoor condensing fan motors. Look pretty bad, look burnt up. Probably not making very good contact inside. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna change out the batteries in that thermostat. I might even change out that entire thermostat because the base of that thermostat looked kind of wonky. It didn't look like it was the original base. But I'm gonna get a supply temperature and then we'll go shop around my truck, see if I have those relays. So as I'm doing my visual inspection, my left side condensing fan motor is shut off. Now it's 95 degrees outside here, and I know for sure that we have enough head pressure to satisfy that high pressure fan cycling switch inside there. So again, that goes back to that relay that we just spotted that's all burned up. I have a supply temp of, I don't know if I can pick it up on camera there, but it's about 65. It's going up now that my condensing fan motor stopped. So we definitely have a relay problem. And I also noticed my economizer, you can see it right in there, my economizer is open. Now what I did was adjusted the minimum set position, but it didn't move. And judging by the condition of this economizer, chances are the motor's fried. So I'm probably just gonna abandon this economizer, shut those vents and block it off. Because with that economizer open, we're drawing in outside air. So it's mixing outside air, which makes sense for this area because there's no makeup air in this building. So they probably want a little bit of air to be brought in. But that seems to be excessive to me. So, and again, I'm only saying it's excessive, but of course I haven't done any blower door test. I haven't pressurized the building and tested pressure, but if you look at those louvers, that left side's kind of sagging down a little bit, so I'm going to fix that up, kind of close it up a little bit. But again, I just don't want that much mixed, I don't want that much hot, humid air going down to the dining room. Kitchen, I'm not too concerned about that right now, because the kitchen does need makeup air, because they have a couple of exhausts over there. But, alright, well let me get this economizer set up, and I'll bring it back along when I'm done. One of the habits I have is always checking the incoming voltage of our low voltage transformers. Now this particular one, I am getting 213 volts. I don't know if that's picking up on camera, but I'm getting 213 volts. It's set to 240, so we're gonna have to change that over to 208. But if you'll notice this thin little red wire, that is carrying some of our voltage. That seems kind of scary because that's a very thin little wire. It goes downstairs somewhere. I don't really know where it goes, but if I had to guess, it must be tied into the smoke alarm system. Chances are when the smoke detector senses smoke, it cuts off voltage to this transformer. But normally they do this on the low voltage side. They'll have it cut off the low voltage side between the transformer and the control board. So I'm not real sure why they have it set up this way. It's not really correct. But this is a newer customer, so I'm not sure if I want to mess with that yet, because I'm not real sure how their fire alarm system is set up, and I don't want to set anything off at this moment. And it's been working this way for who knows how long, so I'm going to leave that alone until I talk to the customer. But hey, real quick guys, just wanted to show you something. I run into this all the time of guys crimping wires wrong. Now if you look at your crimpers on the back side, normal crimpers anyway, it'll say insulated and non-insulated. My camera's gonna focus in and pick that up. But insulated and non-insulated. So this spade connector obviously is insulated. So we're gonna go with our insulated teeth on the crimpers here. Crimp it down, squeeze it, and it's nice and tight. Nice and tight. Alright. Now this is why you want to step back and take a look at the big picture when you're looking at these machines. Now this wire that we kind of pointed out earlier, it's all melted. There's a couple wires that look like they've been overheating. That can be just from that spade terminal just being loose, and once those terminals get loose they get hot and they'll melt. Or we could have had some sort of power surge at some point in time. You can kind of get a better look at this ice cube relay up here. It's all melted. I got to replace both of those. But what I was going to point out is this contactor is relatively new. If you look at the contact points right underneath here, I have no power on this machine, so that's why I can touch it. But if you look at these contact points, yeah, you can kind of see it on camera there. These contact points look pretty good. There's just very, very light pitting. But if you get over to this side, these contact points are heavily pitted on both of these contactors. This one a little harder to see. I can't really get in there and show you very well, but we're gonna go ahead and replace both of these contactors, those switching relays. I'm gonna fix up that wiring. We're gonna check our capacitors, and then once we get all that stuff situated, we can see what else we got wrong. All right, looks like we got a multiple offender. All right, so we got our new contactor wired in. I ended up replacing that 15 microfarad capacitor back there. It was open. The bottom one tested right around 14.07, I believe, but it was within its 6% rating. I replaced our 2 ice cube relays with 24 volt switching relays. Right here is our ice cube relay. I took the cover off to kind of show you the insides a little bit. I mean, as you can tell, it's pretty melted. It looks like this solenoid, this little solenoid right here, the blue part, that probably just overheated. It could have been loose connections. This relay could have just been bad. But if you look real close, I don't think I can get it on camera, but our contact points are pretty heavily pitted. But real quick, for the guys out there that don't know, these ice cube relays are real simple. It's basically 2 separate sides. This separate side, this separate side. Down here, these 2 terminals down here at the bottom, those are our control voltage where our 24 volts go. And then usually they'll have our incoming power go to these 2 terminals on this side. For example, on this particular relay, they only use this side. That's why these terminals right here are nice and clean. There's no scratch marks as compared to these ones where there are scratch marks. Now, the way this works is you'll have incoming power sitting right here, and unless we get control voltage that powers this solenoid on, this contact point stays touching this top terminal, which is connected to nothing. So we don't have a complete circuit. However, once we get our 24 volts, this solenoid is energized. This connector pulls down, and now we have connection between this terminal and this terminal. So we have power going in and power going out to our condensing fan motor. Now, another thing I did too is I checked our drive belt. I checked the alignment. Alignment's fine. It was a little loose. This is our old belt right here. I did change it out with a new belt that they had. This place is pretty good. They kept a couple spares inside, so I switched it out. I got maybe an inch of deflection on that belt, so that's pretty good. I don't see anything else that concerns me on this unit. I changed out the batteries and the thermostat. They were heavily corroded. If we go down here and kind of take a peek at the burners, now if we can get in there and take a better look at that, but those burners, I'll bet you we'll probably be out here in the winter time quoting a new heat exchanger for this unit. I guarantee you that heat exchanger inside there's cracked. But we're here on overtime for no AC, not no heat. So let's close this up. We're gonna power it on and see what kind of supply temperatures we got. I just got power back on. Our condensing fan motors came on. They are spinning in the right direction. The shutter speed on the camera may make it look like they are off or going very slowly, but they are on. Now I have a 2-stage call for cooling, so we're gonna get some amp draws on here. Got just a hair under 18 amps. Just about 16 amps. Now our data tag on this unit is gone. Just kind of a rule of thumb that I've always heard, 156 is our locked rotor amps. If you take 156 and divide it by 6 or 7, that usually will give you your run load amps. Now keep in mind, that is just a very, very loose rule of thumb. That is in no way accurate to what the manufacturer specs are. In a minute here, I'm going to look up the Copeland Scroll website and look up those barcodes and see if I can get any additional information, just so I can make sure I have the right run load amps. All right, just wrapping up here. The unit's been on for about 10 or 15 minutes now. Condensing coil, nice and hot. Hot air blowing out the top on both sides. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Our supply temperature, we're at about 59.8. Our return air was still about 86, 87 last time I checked it. AC has been down all day at this location. The dining room, like I said, was 87, 88 degrees when I got here, so there's a lot of moisture it's got to pull out, and then it's got to reduce the sensible heat and lower the air temperature. You can just see all the moisture pouring out right there. But yes, we are all set. So I'm gonna wrap it up and get off this roof. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Like and subscribe. Guys wonder how we get stuff up onto roofs. Took a few minutes, but I got all my stuff over here to this unit we're going to be working on today. Now, for those who remember, on the first video here, part 1, I came out here on an OT call, an emergency situation. They had no AC in the dining room. I got them temporarily going by putting this piece of cardboard over top of our dead condensing fan motor so I could get air flowing through the condenser. Today we're going to go ahead and replace both condensing fan motors, both blades, capacitors, relays, and then we're going to sort of commission the system. I'm going to go through, check my supply, return, amp draw, do the whole 9 yards, make sure this thing's going to get them through summertime at the very least. So let me start getting some tools out and we'll get after it. Alright guys, I'm going to remove my temporary cardboard fix and we're going to get these fan motors changed out. I'm going to take you along for the ride. It might be kind of mundane and boring, but for some of the newer guys, this might be beneficial. For the new guys out there, these outdoor fan blades, for me, I mean, they never come off. In a pinch, you can get them off if you got a file, a grinder, whatever you need, you can get them off. But what I've found is the amount of time it takes to actually get one of these off, it's not even worth the $2 that the fan blade costs. So I'm gonna go down here, disconnect my little Molex plug. Simple little Molex plug. I don't know if you can see that on camera here, but it's a nice, just quick disconnect plug. Then we got a 1/2-inch bolt holding our belly band in place. Another thing you can do, since this fan blade is bad and it's being replaced, if you can't reach this bolt very easily, go ahead and bend the fan blade up out of the way. Garbage anyway. Alright, our 1/2-inch bolt is out. And normally I have to take a wrench or something to kind of pry open this belly band, because it's been stuck in place for who knows how long. Alright, there's our old motor and blade. right over there. New one lined up. Pop this belly band open real quick. All right, motor's in place. Got our ground wire attached. Got our bolt back on and get this motor tightened up. So our belly band is nice and tight. Real quick before I put this fan blade on, I'm just going to label the date of install with a paint marker. Go about a ½ inch from the top. Fan blade is about halfway into the hub. All right, that's nice and tight. Actually, getting ahead of myself here. It's not going to work if we don't plug it in. I'm just going to add an extra zip tie just to kind of keep the wiring supported a little closer to the Molex connector. That's all set. Now let's get over to the capacitor and relays. I apologize for the slightly bad camera angle. I couldn't get a better angle to get you a better view because we're working in kind of tight quarters here, but we'll do our best. And again, I do have the unit off. Always make sure you have the unit off before you start reaching into these control compartments. Now these relays are really simple to change out, especially because we're doing an exact swap. So the one I'm replacing is the exact same. We just do wire for wire. Here's our replacement, guys. 24 volt ice cube relay. Get a little bit of a better view there. See 24 volts. Nice and shiny and brand new. And what I did before I started this is I took a picture of it just in case. For example, sometimes you'll kind of get working around here and you might bump a wire. And if that wire's terminal happens to be loose, you could pull that wire right off. And then you look back and you have no idea where it came from. So always take a picture, draw a little diagram, whatever you got to do. Worst case scenario, if you need to, you can just look back at the wiring schematic and probably figure it out. Assuming your wiring schematic is still legible. This last wire here needs a little bit more coercing. There we go. Now that is our K10 relay.
all swapped out. Let me get her tightened down. We'll move down to our K68. Alright, relay is nice and tight. Start swapping some wires. As I'm pulling these wires off, I'm just checking to make sure they're nice and tight as I push them onto the new relay. These are all pretty good. And if they're not, all you got to do is take your needle nose pliers, tighten the ends of them down a little bit. There we go. We're replacing our capacitors with 10 microfarad capacitors. What I always do, even though they're brand new, I'll double check them. 9.6 right out of the box. 10.01 right out of the box. Second thing you always do, take a pair of insulated needle nose pliers and you want to touch the terminals on either side of this capacitor just to short it out, to bleed any sort of voltage that's inside there out. I mean, it's been off for quite some time, so if there was any sort of voltage inside there, it would have dissipated by now. But just to be safe, I always do it this way. Now, the technical way to do it is to take, I don't remember exactly what it is, but a 2000 k ohm resistor and place it across the terminals in the capacitor. This is kind of a real world sort of way of doing things, I suppose. Still safe somewhat, as long as you don't touch the capacitor. Make sure you guys don't get lazy and just ignore this strap that holds the capacitor in place. It's there for a reason. Put it back. Now, I noticed this earlier. I don't know if I'll pick it up on camera here. But if you see right here, somebody put a double spade on this capacitor. Now, I don't really understand that because, as you can tell, this capacitor has multiple terminals. So there's really no need to do that. But, oh well. It is what it is. Real quick, I wanted to point this out to you guys. Somebody had replaced the R22 in the system with MO99, which is fine. And they put a new dryer on here, which is all good, andesite glass, which I don't care about, but whatever. But what they didn't do is they didn't take the strap and move it over, or at least put a bigger strap around this dryer, which is larger than the factory installed dryer. But they just left it over here. So, I mean, this thing's gonna get a little bit of vibration, and eventually it's gonna lead to a crack in one of these elbows. Somewhere along the line that could eventually lead to a crack. So what I'm going to do is take this strap off, see if it'll fit over here. If not, I'm going to go get a piece of plumber strap and we'll get this dryer strapped up properly. As you can tell, we got our filter dryer properly strapped in place, nice and tight, not moving anywhere. Again, our ice cube relays are replaced, capacitors are replaced. We are ready to fire this thing up. Stand back here and give you an overview. If you notice, my cardboard up there is being held down by our old condensing fan motor to kind of give me a little bit of shade. I don't normally bring one of those fold-up canopies with me,
unless I'm doing a very, very big job and I'm going to be there for a while. But it was kind of getting warm. I had a box handy and old motor handy, so why not? All right, let's get this wrapped up. All right, guys, I just turned the unit back on. We are in stage 1 cooling. Stage 2 has not come on yet. Let's get an amp draw of our stage 1 compressor. A 12.5. 15 is kind of our rule of thumb on this unit. 12 to 15, just to make sure. Yeah, this one's still off. Let's go up here to our indoor blower motor. Indoor blower motor is pulling 5 amps. That's good. Our brand new condensing motor pulling 2 amps. Our second new condensing motor is also pulling 2.1 amps. So everything looks good. We'll just wait a little while to see if our stage 2 kicks on. Let's go over here and make sure our condensing fan motors are spinning in the right direction. Just for a visual. There we go. They are spinning in the right direction. Now, an old timer once told me, if you walk up to a condensing unit, you put your head on it and it doesn't stick to it, you got airflow issues. Now again, that's just a very, very loose rule of thumb, but there's a little bit of truth in it, you know. Hats by no means are scientific tools of measurement. Let's see what our supply is. We're picking that up on camera. So we're at 68 and dropping. It'll drop faster once that second stage kicks in. So let's give it a few minutes, see if stage 2 comes on. All right, guys. I just wanted to give a quick recap of that last call. I wasn't able to film the end of that because my camera kept dying. But we did get into second stage cool. My final supply temp was, I believe, 51. But everything came out nice. Dining room was nice and cool. All the staff were happy. Best case scenario. So I hope you enjoy these videos, guys. I'm trying to keep them raw, sort of real world situations. I don't want to edit them too much and cut out a lot of the little things that may or may not add to the video. But hopefully you like it. Like and subscribe. We'll see you on the next one. Hey guys, so I got a different one here for you. This one kind of left me scratching my head for a little bit. So it's 95 degrees out. I have a unit with a 2-stage call for cooling, but it won't do anything. So I come over here to my control panel, and as you can tell by my mess, I have been looking at this for a while now. Let's see if I can get in here and show you what I'm looking at. Inside this control panel, you'll see, give it a second here, you'll see my light flashing 9 times. And also, if you look at the 2 LED lights under store, the 8 and the 1, if you add those together, that also equals the fault code, but the flashes also are the fault code. That was kind of confusing, but so we have 9 flashes. I was able to locate a manual. I found this manual. It's waterlogged, but it'll work. I found this manual in the other unit. And if we look down here, let's see. Damn it. 9 flashes. Ignition control locked out. So what I did after that, I came back over to my ignition module and I double checked my rollout switch, my thermal high limit, my resettable high limit. Those are all fine, those are all closed. And then I got to looking at my board. My board, I don't know if you can see it up there in the upper left hand corner where it's kind of brown. On the back side of this board, it's toasted. It's It's much darker. It's burnt up. So what I did is I kind of bypassed the board. I ran my 24 volts that come into the board back out through my safety circuit, my logic circuit, and back over to the control board. But the main control board is still telling me that the ignition module is locked out. Now the problem is I'm not familiar enough with the sequence of operation, and the manual doesn't describe exactly what this ignition control module is telling the main control. But according to the schematic, there really are no other wires that go from this ignition module to the main control module or the main control board. So I don't know where else to look. I don't know what else this ignition module tells that control board, because like I said, there's no other logic switches. And I don't know if you guys have ever tried to call York tech support, but that's near impossible from what I can find out. I was on hold for about 40 minutes trying to get a hold of them. So right now I'm at a loss. All right, guys. So we're just wrapping up this York unit. I couldn't figure out a way to bypass the ignition control module. Everything I tried, according to the schematic, which I thought should have worked, wouldn't work, and the unit kept locking itself out on a failed ignition control module, or a locked out ignition control module, rather. So what I did is I first had to admit to myself that I didn't know everything and that I'm not a super tech, and I was humble enough to phone a friend. I called my buddy Josh, and he had a bright idea of just taking the low voltage signal for cooling, routing that through our safety switches. Let me rephrase that. Let me say that again. Through our safety switches and then into the control side of our contactors. So I am running basically off of the thermostat through my safety switches individually into my contactors. So let me show you a little bit of what we got going on here. Now if you can see this, all my low voltage wiring right here, I left my zip ties uncut because I'm going to come back. When I get the proper parts, I'm going to come back, remove all this low voltage wiring, because again, this is a temporary fix. So if you want to call me a hack, that's fine, but keep in mind this is a temporary fix to get them up and running because it is blistering hot in this store. So what I did, we go up here to our low voltage board. I have, for example, my Y1 signal goes down through this blue wire, I think it is. And then we come over here to my high pressure switch. And then I go in one side of my high pressure switch, out the other side on this green wire. That goes into my low pressure switch. And then from my low pressure switch, I go back down over here, back into the control board, where it goes onto my contactor. It's probably hard to see back there. But I have the same thing for stage 2, and then I have my indoor blower motor contactor and my condensing fan contactors piggybacked off the signal for Y1. So we are up and running, and again, this is just a temporary fix until I can get an ignition board and get that hooked in and get everything properly repaired. But for now, this will work. So it's just one of those things, guys. You have to remember, sometimes you don't know everything. Sometimes you have to phone a friend. Sometimes they're smarter than you, sometimes they're not. But what really matters is that we got our customer some air conditioning. They're comfortable now. We're gonna keep the account, so it's a win-win. All right, guys, hope you enjoy. Like and subscribe. All right, guys, we got a no AC call at this location. Got all my stuff ready. There's our ladder hatch way up there in the back. So I'm about to jump over some boxes and see if I can't grab that ladder. All right, we'll see you on the top, guys. So today we have a warm kitchen in a restaurant, and this unit right here apparently is the culprit. So let's take a look at our data tag. Looks like it's from 1999, so we got about a 20-year-old unit, almost 21 years old. So you can tell we got no moisture coming out of the trap. Our condensing fans are spinning. They don't seem to be spinning very fast, moving much air at all, really. And they're blowing, just not very much. Condensing coil is cool, so I'm 99% sure our compressors are not running. At this point, normally I would take a supply temp just to kind of see where we stand. Which, yeah, let me do that. I'm pretty sure our return and supply are going to be the same, though. So, I mean, if we had any sort of cooling going on, I'd be able to hear my compressors, my condensing coil would feel warm, and I'd have some moisture coming out of there. It's about 95 degrees out, probably 120 up on this roof. So we'll give that a minute and see what's going on here. If you look over there at our condensing motor, you can see somebody just left the wires just hanging out again. So, depending on what we find out, we'll probably have to fix that up. I don't want those wires to dry rot and start shorting out on that cabinet. Yeah, it looks like our temperature is starting to equalize here, about 83 degrees. Yeah, so we have nothing going on in this unit. Alright guys, let me pull this panel open and see what we can find out. Real quick guys, I just noticed this as I started taking off my control panel. I'm not sure how well this will pick up on film because of the shutter speed of the camera, but this condensing fan motor is spinning much faster than this condensing fan motor. See if I can get them both in the same shot. You get a little bit of a comparison. And actually, if you see what's going on there with my scientific measuring tool, my hat, that condensing fan motor I believe is dead, and we're actually sucking air through it and dumping it out on this side. So that's our first issue. Let's get in this control panel and see what's going on. So here's our control panel guys. What I'm assuming is stage 1 compressor is nice and cool, hasn't been running at all. Stage 2 compressor is the same way, hasn't been running at all. We get over here, we see our capacitor just hanging there. That's really irresponsible of somebody. Back there is our condensing fan motor that was spinning slowly. It looks like it's been replaced with a universal motor. There's our working condensing fan motor. Now that one, it's probably hard to tell on camera, but it is spinning backwards. So whatever's going on with that one, it's not doing anything. It could be hooked up to one of these head pressure switches as a fan cycling head pressure control. I'm not sure yet. But what we're gonna do next is I'm just gonna check these pressure controls in series and see if we're off on low pressure somehow. Now this unit no longer has a schematic, so I had to manually trace the wires going from the contactor to the compressor lockout board, just so I could figure out which pressure switches work which circuit. So over here, I believe this is our circuit number 2. I just drew some orange X's on there for now and kind of put some dots on this wire going through my pressure switches. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to test through my high pressure and my low pressure switches at the same time and see if I have a reading. Now this is what I believe stage 2. We're going right over here to our outgoing signal from our compressor lockout board, and as you can tell, we don't have anything. We don't have any continuity. Listen closely, you can hear the beeping noise. I don't have anything on there. So let's check our other circuit. And again, guys, if it wasn't obvious, this unit is off, so I can just touch anything I want, really. Let's see if I can do this with one hand. Not really helping me out here. That's why I need a camera guy. Alright, we're dangling, but we are connected to that line. Now real quick, before we lose our connection, let's jump up here. Now we do have continuity through that circuit, so that circuit is fine. So we must have a problem somewhere in our pressure switches. It's probably just a leaker. I mean, it's a 20-year-old system, so we're probably looking at a leak. But actually, if you look, I don't know if it'll pick it up on camera, but this little tiny wear mark right there, I just noticed this. It looks like it's just rubbed it completely through. So I'm gonna clip that, wire nut it, and then we'll repeat this test and see if that did anything. As you can see, our wire has been spliced together. Now let's repeat this test. Hey, we still don't have any continuity. So at this point, I have no choice but to attach my gauges and see if our system is flat or not. But real quick before I do that, let's take a look at this compressor. It's starting to really get bad, especially around our suction side right here. The compressor shell is starting to really rust out on it. Some of these wires out of the way. There you go. See back here. Now I do see a little bit of oil right there next to that service port. We could just be leaking out of a bad Schrader core. Not real sure yet, but let's get some gauges on this unit and see what we're dealing with. All right, I got my Z gauges on here, my manifold gauges here. If you can get back there, you kind of see. It looks like we're equalized, so the system's not flat like I was expecting it. I've isolated my liquid line pressure switch over there. Let me see if we got continuity on this one. Alright, so that switch is open for some reason. Let me go on this other side and see if this side is closed. Not sure if I can do this with one hand. There we go. So our high side switch is closed. Our liquid line switch is open, which apparently is our low pressure switch, but that is the liquid line going into our evaporator right there. So let me dig into this a little bit further and see what we got going on. So let me show what we got going on now. So what I've done, only for testing purposes, is I have bypassed my discharge line pressure switch and my liquid line pressure switch. I just wire nutted them together for now. Again, only for testing purposes. This way I can test if anything else is in the circuit, because I don't want to quote my customer, say, hey, you need a new pressure switch, because obviously we have pressure, so both my switches should be satisfied. I don't want to quote a pressure switch, come back, install the pressure switch, and then find out, oh, your contactors are bad, or your compressor lockout board is bad, or something else down the road is bad. So we're just doing this temporarily to check the rest of the system. So let's just double check, make sure I have continuity now through my bypass switches. If you can hear my meter beeping, we do have continuity. So at this point, we're gonna turn power back on and see what comes on and what doesn't. I jumpered out our thermostat just to make sure I was getting a call for cooling. The unit came on in 2-stage cooling. I got about 15 amps on both compressors. Now the compressor back here, if you can see, I don't know how well that's gonna pick up on camera. I don't know how well you can hear me. It's kind of noisy in here, but if you look at our high side pressure, we're just about 425 PSI on our discharge side, which is a little bit too high. Low side looks to be about 75 PSI. So we might just be dealing with a coil that just badly needs to be split. Let me double check our refrigerant that we're dealing with in this system. I want to say we're dealing with 22 just based on the age, but let's be sure. Because you know what happens when you assume. You're usually right. No, that's wrong. You're usually wrong. And you end up looking like a dumbass. Pardon my French. Let's see, RLA, LRA, 22, yep, right there. So we're dealing with 22, so our pressures definitely shouldn't be that high. Yeah, it looks like we have, I'm having a hard time reading that, but we got about 160 degree condensing temperature, which obviously is way too high. That could have been what killed those pressure switches. So let me pull some stuff apart and look into this further. Now real quick, one of the bad designs about this system is anytime you're working in the condensing section and it's running, you have to have this panel over top because the compressors are not isolated from the condensing coil. So if you have that panel away from that section, obviously you're just going to be sucking air in through that side and instead of the coil. So we kind of got to work around that. A little bit of a handicap right there. All right, so we're still running. Let's check out our supply temperature. We got about 59 degrees supply and our head pressure on what I believe is stage number 2. Nothing's labeled, so I don't really know for sure. But our head pressure is insane. Now, I tried my scientific measurement of air flow through my condenser, which is my hat being thrown out of condensing coil, and it's not even picking it up. So picking it up a little bit over here, but this side I'm barely getting any airflow through there at all. Let's get some hands on there. It's nice and hot. Nice and hot. Very, very little air going through there. So I'll bet you in between this coil there's just a blanket of cottonwood and lint and everything else. So I'm going to let the customer know what we need to do next, which is replace both those pressure switches and open this condensing coil up, split it, clean it, fix that wiring mess that's over there, and clean up some of this wiring that's inside here. Now this location, they have their own maintenance crew, so they might not allow me to do the work. They might just come back and do it themselves, but we'll let them know and see what they want to do. Real quick, before I start wrapping this up, I just wanted to step back and take a look at the big picture. Our belt looks good. I don't know if it's picking up on camera, but our belt is pretty new. Not a whole lot of slop in it. Blower assembly is just dirty. I'm actually going to quote to pull that and clean it because it's just so dirty. Normally I don't do that on rooftop units because I don't find a whole lot of crud buildup in rooftop units in my area. But that one is very, very bad. So it's affecting our airflow, I'm sure. Go over here, check our filters. Filters aren't bad. Evaporator coil's pretty clean, so I'm not too concerned about that. But So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wire everything back up the way it was, because I don't want to leave anything bypassed, because I'm not sure who's going to come up here and decide to play around with this unit, and I don't want to take the blame for it. So I'm going to wire everything back up the way it was, and yeah, see what they want to do. Hey guys, real quick, I just wanted to recap a couple things that I didn't get a chance to actually address in the video. The first of which being that condensing fan motor that was spinning kind of slow on the left-hand side. That I really didn't find an actual problem with. Once I had the capacitor secured in place during my final tests, the fan was spinning just fine and seemed to stay that way. So that was partially a mystery. The other thing was the stage 1 compressor. When I initially walked up on it, it was off. That also, I didn't find a real good reason why that was off. I believe it was off on head pressure and locked out on the control board. And during my testing, when I cycled power to check my various components, I reset the control board and reset the lockout code. Because after that, stage 1 came on, seemed to work okay. Chances are it'll go out again on high head pressure unless the customer decides to have that condensing coil split and properly cleaned. But I just want to take a minute and address those issues, just in case anybody out there in YouTube land was wondering. But anyway, guys, thanks for watching. As always, like and subscribe. Hey guys, so today we are going to finish a job that one of my guys quoted about a week or two ago. On his initial visit, he found the indoor blower. It's a split system, a pane split system, and the indoor blower had failed. The capacitor died on it, so he replaced the blower, put a new capacitor on there, got that going, cleaned the condensing coil. And then once we got that all situated, or once he got all that situated, we suspected that the evaporator coil was plugged just because of the low suction. I think we had a 30-degree evaporator coil. So the first thing we're going to do today is we're going to open up that unit. I'm going to drill a little hole up underneath the A coil. I'm going to get my endoscope underneath there, and we're going to see if we can get eyes on the inside of that evaporator coil. If it is as dirty as we suspect it is, we're gonna yank it out, clean it, put it back in, and then dial in the charge and get everything situated for them. Also, while we're here today, we're gonna replace the grill. The grill is kind of sitting at an angle. There's a lot of space around the filter. The return grill is, there's only one return grill, and the return grill sits down lower to the floor. This is an office building, a lot of foot traffic going through there, so I suspect that this thing has just been sucking in dirt and gunk and everything else around that filter for many, many years. So we're going to go inside, like I said, check out that coil and see if we can pull it and clean it. I'll bring you along for the ride.
All right.
All right, so we have our endoscope inside of our A coil on the underside. And if you can see everything in there, I don't know, it looks like lint and dog hair from the past 15 years is built up inside this coil. Hope it's picking that up on camera. That looks really thick right there. Good Lord.
Oh, wow.
It looks like shag carpet inside there. Yeah, we'll pull this coil and clean it. Hopefully that's coming through on camera. That's nice right there.
Oh, yeah. I got it zoomed in there.
Like a barber shop floor. Here's the other side. Let's see if we can get around to this other side.
As you can tell, we got our system pumped down. We got everything pumped into the condenser. Liquid line, suction line closed off. And now we're going to go inside, disconnect our A coil, pull it out here, and then we're going to clean it up. All right, I'll see you on the inside.
As you can see, we got our A coil removed. Take a peek down our heat exchanger. Don't see any cracks in that. That looks pretty decent. So got my fittings all ready to braze back in there. We'll get this coil cleaned up and get it back in there. All right, guys. It's not an ideal setup, but I got my A coil out here in the parking lot, sitting on the side of my ladder, and we're gonna wet it down a little bit before we get chemical on it. I'm not using a whole lot of pressure because I don't want to bend up all these fins and destroy everything. You see over there, my line set's all taped off. See if we can get some garbage pouring out of here. Alright guys, we're going to foam our coil up. I got it set on E, or A, excuse me, which is our 3-to-1 ratio. This coil on the inside is just filthy, so I have it set pretty high. So we're going to get this all foamed up. Let that foam sit in there for a little while. We're going to give this system a new life. All right, we got it foamed up. I'm gonna let it sit there for a few minutes, let the magic happen, and then we'll probably rinse it and foam it maybe another couple of times just to make sure we get it nice and clean. All right, we had the foam sitting on there for about 5 or 10 minutes. Not too terrible. Now we're gonna spray it off and see what kind of garbage we get out of this thing. Now once we get it cleaned off, I'm going to flip it around on its side and just get a visual on the inside. I'll bring it along for that, show you what we're looking at. On this side. Got to be careful. As you can see, I kind of started to bend a little bit of those fins. Be really, really careful with that, guys. You don't want to start bending fins, and we're kind of defeating the purpose of even cleaning this coil. Alright guys, after thoroughly cleaning it from the outside, you can tell that we really barely scratched the surface of this, so I'm going to get a brush in there and just scrape all this gunk off, and then we'll have to refoam it. But man, this thing is just awful. Look at that, you can't even see the fins on this side. This side we got a little bit of the crap off, but not too much, so we're gonna have to get a brush on that. Alright, we're getting there. Took a little bit of doing, but we brushed it. We're starting to be able to see through the coil. We just got a whole lot of mud and gunk to work through, so alright, let me get back to work here, guys. Alright guys, we're doing our final rinse. I got the inside clean, outside clean. Make sure you get all the chemical out of this drain pan. If it sits there, it's just gonna eat away that drain pan eventually, so get all the chemical out of there. Now real quick, I'm gonna finish spraying that in a second, but real quick, let me show you the inside now. I mean, it's much, much better. It's not perfect, but it's much, much better. There's a little bit of grease buildup that I can't really get out. I foamed it inside and out multiple times. I've used an entire jug of foaming agent so far, but yeah, she's doing much, much better. So I'm gonna do this final rinse, and then we're gonna braze it back in place. All right, so we got our A coil set in place. We got our line set fitted back up thanks to my Hillmore swedging tool. We're going to braze it in place and pull a vacuum. Oh, that's loud. Alright guys, our A coil is brazed in place. Joints look nice. If we can get it to focus right there. Yeah, joints look nice and tight. I'm gonna let this thing cool off a little bit and then we'll start pulling a vacuum on it. Alright, so you can tell we got our cover back on. Line set's brazed in. We just need to get some foam tape on this line set. We'll put a little bit of foam tape or silver tape around our drains. Keep that air inside that coil right there. Let's go out and check our vacuum. Got a 200 on my micron gauge. Field piece says 578, but remember again, this field piece, the micron gauge inside the field piece is really closest to the pump, so it's gonna, actually I take that back, it should read a little bit lower, but anyway, point of that story is I don't always trust the built-in micron gauge on these field pieces for some reason. My go-to micron gauge is my CPS every time on my low side. So I'm gonna let it run for a few more minutes, then I'm gonna valve it off and see where we stand, alright? Alright guys, we're down to 160 microns. I'm going to valve off my pump right there and see what kind of a decay we get. Now don't be alarmed, it will initially rise, but it should settle down. And then once we pass our decay test, we're going to open up our king and queen valves, close up our control panel right there, and then we're going to power this thing on and get some cool air flowing around in the building. Got a nice tight vacuum. That thing's not rising at all. 150 microns with my old JB pump. This thing has served me well. That's 6 CFMs. I changed the oil about two vacuums ago. We're still holding at 150. Alright, I'm gonna let this sit for another few minutes and then we're going to start everything up. It's been running for about 10 minutes right now. You can, if it'll pick it up on camera, you can see our condensing temperature is about 108 degrees. We got a 41 degree evaporator. Superheat's hanging around about 12. Subcooling is 16. Our data tag says 20. So we're right within tolerance for now. Let's go in here and take a look at our supply temperature. We got a supply of 62 right now. Our return was 76 a minute ago. Let's double check. It'll pick it up. 75 on our return on our nice new return grill that we installed. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to add a little bit of gas and bring our subcooling up. The data tag says 22, we're at 14. We're going to start off with about a half pound. Just about there. Alright guys, we're just about to wrap up here. We're doing our final testing. We got a 84 degree air temperature going into our condenser. And our condensing temperature is still at 106. See if it'll pick it up on camera there. So we're still a little low. Subcooling still about 16. We're shooting for about 20-22. So we're gonna add in about another half pound and retest after that and see where we stand. Our supply is still about 58, 57, depending where we take the temperature at. So I wanted to give a quick little recap on that call. I didn't get much footage towards the end when we were finally wrapping up. It started to rain, so I just kind of had to quickly get my gauges off there, clean up all our equipment, and kind of get out of the back of the building there. But we ended up with a 53 degree supply, 71 return. Our subcooling, we hit it right on the head. We had 22. Head pressure was about 109. Our evaporator temperature was 37, almost 38, I believe. Our head pressure was a little bit lower. I wanted it closer to about 110, 115, but it was actually raining and our ambient temperature dropped from 84 to closer to 78, so our head pressure dropped with it too. But yeah, we stuck around and watched it satisfy the thermostat at I think 70 is what they set it for. But yeah, everything came out good on that one. Very, very pleased with that job. I don't get the opportunity to yank out many A coils because what we do is mostly commercial package units, but it was a good change of pace for once. So hope you guys enjoyed the video. I try to narrate as I go and give you guys a little bit of information, try to help anybody out there who's trying to learn something. But like and subscribe, guys. If you have any ideas or anything, comments, suggestions, whatever, put it below in the comment section. I'm going to attach a screenshot showing the final numbers here. But yeah, like and subscribe. Alright guys, we got a no AC RTU that's not communicating with the energy management company. So we're going to climb up on this roof hatch right there, get up to this unit, and see why it's not communicating and doing what it should do. I'll bring you along for the ride. little bit of a bumpy ride, but it looks like you made it. Alright guys, so here is our unit, RTU number 16, not communicating with the energy management company. So, first thing I noticed, it's dead, nothing happening. I don't hear an indoor blower going. You'll notice our trap down here, it's completely dry, mostly around it. It did just kind of sprinkle here a little bit ago, so that explains some of the moisture on the rooftop right there, but see right here? There's nothing but dust in there, so I'm gonna come over here to this little tiny disconnect and I'll bet you it's off. Yeah, it's off. So before I just go turning that back on, I want to try to figure out why it's off. Maybe somebody was here previously to do some repairs. Looks like there was a small fire. That's not the original transformer, so I'm betting that that transformer probably caught fire, and somebody had come in and replace that. So not sure how long ago that is or was. Alright, power's on. The wind's picking up out here, so I hope you can hear me well. Let's go over to our control board. It looks like the control board's coming on. Let's go through its startup sequence and see what happens. See, our indoor blower motor should be kicking on in a second here. Usually that comes on first. There it is. And then it'll shut off. Now this unit sits above our receiving area, so it is pretty warm down there, so it should fire right up in stage 2 cooling, I would imagine, but we'll probably end up having to call our energy management company. There's our energy management board right there. It is a Linux board, but the energy management company can communicate with it. I'm a pretty big fan of these boards because I like how easily you can bypass them to test the components. Now, with this control board, you can go through those diff switches and test every single component basically on this control board. But what I like to do sometimes is just go right through that energy management board, because if I can bypass that, if I can just manually jumper those relays, see the heat, cool, all those relays right there, if I can put a jumper on those and make sure that that board is sending a signal to that board, and then whatever component I'm bypassing fires up, that makes my job just a little bit easier. Whereas if I go right to that board, then I'm not real sure if both boards are communicating with each other. I hope that makes sense. Let's look around here. You guys are probably looking at that awesome rat's nest right there. Now, there was some repairs done to this unit, obviously. So, still no fault codes. Looks like it's gonna start up and do something, I hope. Real quick, what I wanted to show some of you guys who may have not ever seen one of these before. These Linux units are a humiditrol unit. It's just an option that they have to control humidity in the building. And that's our 3-way valve right there. And really, all it is a smaller evaporator, or what I call a secondary evaporator, sitting in front of the main evaporator. And all that does when that 3-way valve is activated, it just routes hot discharge gas to that secondary evaporator. So as the air is going through that evaporator, before it goes to the cool part of the evaporator, that air passes over this warm secondary evaporator, which, think of it almost as a condenser, because it's routing hot discharge gas to this secondary evaporator. And once that air hits that secondary evaporator, it warms up, and then it goes, of course, through the main evaporator, the colder evaporator, and then it goes down to the building. Now, warming that air up, of course, that just keeps the unit running long enough so we can pull all that moisture out of the air. Didn't notice that a minute ago, so that's just hanging there. That probably goes to something, I'm guessing. That also probably goes to something, so I'm assuming that's why we haven't fired up in cool mode yet. So I think we're gonna have to bust out our meter and see what's wrong with that compressor. See if there is actually a problem, or if somebody just decided to start pulling wires out of stuff. Real quick, I opened up the book to kind of give you a better view of this humiditrol idea that I'm talking about. If you'll notice right there, there's that what I refer to as a secondary evaporator. I guess it's technically called a reheat coil. I should probably learn my words properly, huh? But yeah, it's a really simple idea, and it does the trick. Now, on some of these units, the unit itself can be programmed to maintain a certain level of humidity, or the energy management company can, through their control board, their communication board, they can also control the humidity level of the building. Now let's go over here. I can show you right up there if my camera will pick it up. You can see way back here, if I can get her to focus, there we go. Back here where my finger is, that is our primary or main evaporator. And then this little smaller evaporator, that is our reheat coil. So, pretty simple concept, guys. Alright, let me bust out my meter, and we are going to start troubleshooting this unit because I should have already been in cool mode. I don't have a call for cooling, which really isn't my main problem yet. First, I need to figure out why my low pressure switch is disconnected. And it looks like this hanging little wire that's not connected to anything, looks like that goes to an exhaust motor, which is probably an optional motor for our economizer. What I'm going to do first, I'm just going to do a continuity check across our low pressure switch, and if that's closed, I'm going to reconnect it and fire the unit up. Alright, so we don't have any continuity through our low pressure switch. So that means we most likely have a low pressure problem. Now sometimes what people will do, if you have a failed low pressure switch, they'll just leave that one there and maybe put one on a service port somewhere else. See, like right here. Bring you guys up here for the ride. So right back here, you can see there, that is our abandoned low pressure switch. And right up here on one of the normal service ports right here is another low pressure switch. Now this one says S87, so I know it's factory. So it's not like what I thought, where somebody would just installed one. So our S11 low pressure switch is failed. Which most likely means we have a leak and we have no more refrigerant in the unit. And that's probably why somebody shut the unit off. So I'm going to dig around in this unit and see if I can't figure out where that S11 was connected to, and then we might have to gauge up to the system. Alright guys, I'm going to call myself out a little bit on this. So this S11 here, I had to check the manual just to make sure what it was, but if you look real close, which I didn't, if you look real close where it says switch low pressure ambient, or AMB. So that is a low ambient kit, and that is actually disconnected from our other S11 connector right there. And I just wanted to double check in the manual. But as you can see right there, our low ambient pressure switch maintains discharge pressure by de-energizing the condensing fan when the pressure falls below 240. So when I tested that, the reason why it was open because our pressure is below 240. And it opened up, so it's trying, it thinks it's running, I guess, basically, and it wants to build up pressure, so we need to get that pressure up a little bit higher. So I am going to reconnect that and see if we can't get something going on here. So I am gonna put this into full cool mode with the dip switches up there. As you've seen, I bypassed the communication panel downstairs and just went right to the communication board and put a jumper across cool 2. But what I didn't like was that my blower came on a little bit later than I wanted it to. What I'm gonna do is come over to my dip switches, turn dip switch shift to the right, and then we're gonna do unit test to the right. That'll bring up C01 on this board. And I could go into C10, which is first stage cooling. I'm gonna go C11 just for poops and giggles. And that is our full cool mode. Hold the black button down. Now see, that time our indoor blower came on right away. So I don't know if I was improperly bypassing the communication board, but right now our compressor's running, blower's running, condensing fan motor is running, our blower is running, it's going the proper direction. Let me throw this panel back on here. Compressor sounds a little better. The only thing I don't like is how cold this compressor body is. Almost as if it's just pulling back liquid refrigerant. Let's go over here and get a supply temp real quick. Now I know my reading is going to be slightly skewed because I'm taking a supply temp so close to the evaporator, but it is what it is. I mean, this is a very large building and I don't have access to the ductwork where the air mixes, so we kind of gotta do what we can up here. And since I'm so close to the evaporator, I'll probably get below 50 supply temp. And again, it's because the air doesn't have time to mix with the air in the vent or downstairs or anything like that. So I'm taking a measurement with a educated idea of what to expect. 66. Let's let that keep going, guys, and we'll come back over here and see what kind of amp draw we have on our very loud, noisy compressor. So we're pulling about 6. Let's find our data tag, see what our data tag says we should have. There's our data tag. It's saying 9. The camera's picking that up, but it says we should have 9, so 6 isn't too bad. I really just don't like the sound of that compressor for one, and two, I still don't understand why somebody would have disconnected my low ambient kit. Almost 7 on that. Data tag, because I should have checked that when I was over here the first time. Looks like it doesn't say indoor blower amp draw. I got a different hat today, but it works just the same on condensers. Down to 61. Now our return on this should be close to 80, 82. I had the hatch open. That's leading right down to our receiving area, so there's probably a little bit of heat that escaped since I've been up here. No moisture coming out yet, of course. We're not in dehumidification mode. So I'm gonna let this run for a little bit, guys, see what kind of supply temp I get, and then I'm gonna call the energy management company and just have them communicate with the unit and fire it up and just verify operation. I didn't like how much my compressor was sweating and the noise it was making. So I went ahead and just connected my little Z gauges real quick.
Now we're about 80, 85 ambient here right now. It's probably raising up a little bit. It just rained and then the sun came back out. So our head pressure is not too terrible. Now that needle is fluctuating. You'll see it kind of bouncing if the camera's picking it up. Now an old guy once told me that when you're testing pressures that close to the compressor, your gauge might pulsate a little bit with the compressor as the compressor compresses and the pistons move up and down. But anyway, I'm not too terribly concerned about that condensing pressure. Like I said, we're probably 85, maybe even 90 right about now. Our low pressure, and again, it's a 22 system. Our low side, just about a 40-degree evaporator, so a touch above 40 degrees. Double check our supply. We should be below 60 by now. Yeah, 59. 59 supply, so I still don't know why somebody had this unit turned off and why the S11 low ambient switch was disconnected. That's a mystery to me. Hey guys, just wanted to take a minute and quickly recap that last call we did. I wasn't able to reach the energy management company. Apparently it's 5 o'clock wherever they are and nobody wants to answer the phone. I talked to the store manager and she believes the unit was turned off from whoever was out there repairing it last, probably whoever used up all their wire nuts, putting all those wires together. So that's the only thing I can come up with, that the unit was accidentally left off after that repair. But I guess make sure your units are on. Alright? I know this wasn't groundbreaking material today, guys, but hope you enjoyed it. Like and subscribe. Alright? We'll see you on the next one.
Today we got a little bit of a different situation. I have a restaurant that said the other day, about 3 or 4 days ago, when it was at the peak of our heat index, 96, 97, on our humidity, about 8,000. I can't remember exactly what it was. But their complaint was their floors were sweating. Only in the back part of the restaurant, the front part, not so much. A little bit of sweating from the vents as well. So I'm about to get up on the roof and double check this rear unit that they're complaining about. And I'm going to take you guys along for the ride and see what we can figure out, all right? There is our stairway to heaven right there, guys. So hang on, and I'll see you up on the roof. Let's go get something done. Right here is our working unit. That one I no longer care about. This is the guy I care about, right here. Right now we're not doing much. It's a little bit of a cooler day today, so we're probably just off on a satisfied thermostat. Coil looks clean. So let's pop this cover open, jump out this thermostat if we need to, and yeah, we'll see where we stand. Real quick, guys, I just wanted to point this out. As I was starting to get my testing equipment set up, meters, gauges, and all that, I noticed a little bit of oil on the outside of this capacitor. Sometimes that's electrolytic oil leaking out of the capacitor. So I went ahead and I discharged the capacitor already. I pulled the wire off. Of course, my disconnect is off. So we're just going to put some leads on here real quick and make sure this 20 UF capacitor is indeed good. All right, good connection right there. 19.6. So we are good. So that capacitor should be able to create a good enough phase shift for our condensing fan motor. So airflow, as long as that fan motor is not seized up, airflow should not be an issue. I'm going to go ahead and reconnect that wire, and then we will continue with our setup here. All right, so here's where we stand on this Train package unit. My outdoor ambient, if it's picking it up on camera, is just a hair under 80. My supply, 52.6. My return was 71 when I pulled it out and put it over here to get my outdoor ambient temperature. So we have our 20-degree split, rule of thumb. My compressor amp draw 13.1. Data tag right here says run load amps of 20.5. I kind of take that with a grain of salt because that 20.5 was probably calculated, I don't know, in a laboratory using the ASHRAE standard of 75 return, 95 ambient. So I just kind of take that information and take what I have and see if they're somewhat close. It's one of those kind of experience calls, I guess. 20 amps, in my opinion, seems a little bit high, so I feel like 13 amps is just about correct on this unit. Let's check out our superheat. 23, subcooling is 6. We got a 42-degree evaporator, a 90-degree condensing temperature. I kind of was expecting a higher condensing temperature, I suppose. But I attempted to call Train tech support to see if I can get a little bit more information on this unit instead of just using rules of thumb. Kind of see if I could talk to one of the Train engineers, but there was nobody available. The wait time was 72 minutes, so I hung up on them. There's my manual. I did go through the manual. There isn't any sort of superheat calculating charts, anything that'll give me the specs on this unit. So what I did is I just went through and I calculated my target superheat just using a formula that Zach Ciota taught in one of his videos a long time ago. In this, I kind of file this under a rule of thumb as well. You just take your indoor wet bulb, which mine was about 61. You times that by 3, you subtract 80, and then you subtract your outdoor ambient temperature, which was 80. And that gives me about 23-degree target superheat, which, if you don't remember from a few seconds ago, we'll go over here, ours is 23.4. So we are right on the money with our target superheat, of course using a rule of thumb. But my supply is 51, 52. My condensing temperature is a little bit lower than I'd like. So I think this unit is just doing all it can. I don't see anything wrong here. Oh, if you're wondering if you happen to see my 410, I did bring my 410 up here just in case after I calculated my target superheat if I would need to add any, but I haven't added anything to the system. So I'm gonna go ahead and tidy this unit up and we're gonna move on to our next call, guys. All right, I wanted to take a few minutes and do a quick recap of that last video. Since I didn't really find anything wrong with that unit, mechanically it's fine. Pressures are good, like I showed you. We calculated a target superheat, that was fine. Mechanically, everything on that machine is fine. So I was talking to the maintenance technician for this location, and since all these thermostats are on a Wi-Fi controller, we were able to go back, I think about 3 or 4 days ago when they were complaining about the vents sweating and the floor sweating.
We went back and kind of checked the log, and the only thing we found was that they adjusted their set point down to 60 degrees, which I assume because it was 95 degrees outside that day. Our relative humidity was up above 8,000% or something like that. I could be a little bit off, but 8,000% sounds about right. But yeah, the only thing I found was just they lowered their set point too low. So I imagine, and that was over a period of a couple days, about two, almost 3 days, I think they had it set to 60 degrees. So having your set point set that low, your unit is obviously going to run non-stop, especially when it's 95 degrees outside with a relative humidity of 8,000%. Your unit's going to run non-stop, and that supply temperature is going to eventually get below your dew point. And this particular restaurant only has 2 rooftop units, neither of which are specifically designed to reduce humidity level. There's no standalone humidifier, makeup air, anything like that. And again, I don't do air balancing or anything to do with that, but there's nothing in here that's designed to reduce the humidity level inside this location. So with that being said, the only thing I found was lower than normal set point. So I advised them to leave it at 70 and don't adjust it. So I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you learned a little bit of something today. I know it's not groundbreaking, nothing crazy. I'm still waiting to get that aha moment where I find a really cool problem and I get to show you guys. So we'll continue on, and I'll see you on the next one. Maybe we'll get lucky. All right, like and subscribe, guys. All right, today we got a walk-in cooler that is not keeping temperature. Sitting about 55 degrees. I double-checked our airflow. Fans are blowing out. This one doesn't seem to be moving as much air. This one definitely a lot more. I'm going to double-check this fan just to make sure it's not dead and spinning backwards. They're going so fast it's hard to tell. But if you get around back here, you'll notice it's quite a bit of a restriction. That obviously is going to affect our airflow. So we got to figure out what's going on with that. I double checked our thermostat. It's set to about 38. Alright, clicked right about there. Alright, so our next challenge is we need to get all that ice cleared off. Coil looks pretty clean. Fan's good. See, we're sweating back to our suction line dryer here. Sight glass is clear. So I guess right offhand I'm not suspecting a low charge causing our frosting problem. But I'm gonna have to clear the ice off there and then reevaluate. But yeah, right now I'm not real sure what's causing our frost problem yet. I do know one of our on-call guys was here over the weekend and he had cleared all that ice, all that frost apparently, and over the course of mostly yesterday and a little bit of the day before, while I was running, it frosted up again. So that seems to be a good amount of frost for about a day and a half operation. So we definitely have something going on here. All right, I'm gonna shut this condensing unit off, clean that evaporator coil, and then we'll reevaluate. All right, before I do anything else, we're gonna take a few minutes and clean this condensing coil. You're probably wondering why I'm gonna clean the condensing coil when our evaporator obviously is froze up and requires some attention. Well, at some point during this process, I plan on checking my pressures. And if I want to make sure my pressures are accurate, I need to make sure my airflow is accurate. And the only way to ensure that I have proper airflow is to make sure my condensing coil is clean. Now the outside surface looks clean. I can't see through it, so I am going to clean it.
I've always operated on a rule of thumb that unless you clean it yourself, you don't really know it's clean. And I'm using my little pump sprayer because this location doesn't have any sort of outside water source. I really would have liked to have something with a little bit more volume, a little bit more pressure. So I'm going to wet this coil, then I'm going to spray some foaming agent on it real quick and kind of let it break up inside there. Try to get as much free as I can. Once I get this all cleaned, I'm going to take this pump sprayer downstairs and we will get that coil thawed out, and I'll take you along for the ride and we'll see what happens. All right, guys? So my coil's nice and wet now. I'm going to hit it with some of this New Blast condenser coil cleaner. I haven't really used this a whole lot. It does have a nice, pleasant, citrusy smell to it. It's not a foaming agent like I thought it was, but I mean, it's got a ton of pressure, so it's really getting inside that coil. I'm getting a little bit of brown stuff flowing through there, but I really just like the pressure that I'm getting. I know I'm getting in there because I mean, this thing is just hitting that coil. I think I'm almost out here, but all right, let's hit that with some water and go from there. Just wanted to give you guys a little visual of what we got going on back here. It's gonna take a little while to get all this frost off with my little pump sprayer, but so far from what little bit of the evaporator coil I can see, it doesn't look dirty. So I don't believe we have a clogged evaporator causing low airflow issues. So yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to get this frost off here and continue to evaluate the system, guys. All right. Now, if you find yourself cleaning one of these coils, guys, make sure you open up the side panels, get the ice off of everything. If you don't, you'll be back out in a couple days because that ice will spread. So take your time, do it right, look at the big picture, as Chris Stevens always says. Alright guys, I don't know if you can hear me because I still have this evaporator fan going. I like to keep the fans running sometimes. It helps melt the ice a little bit faster all the way through the coil. But if you look at that, our evaporator coil looks pretty dirty. So I'm going to go ahead and say that we froze up because there's a majority of this coil is just plugged up, so you can't get a whole lot of airflow through this coil. Some of that down there I already cleaned. Just this corner right here I just got over to. So I'm going to hit it with some foamer and we're going to scrub it out and clean it. Fans are shut down and we are cleaning this coil now. Now there's no actual disconnect or a breaker for this evaporator apparently. I couldn't find it in any breaker panel, so I just had to disconnect a hot lead, go into the evaporator fans to turn them off for now, but oh well. Sometimes you gotta improvise, guys. In the field engineering is what some people call it. Yeah, we're starting to look better already. I just got some foaming agent on there and kind of rinsed it off now. I scrubbed it a bit. I'm gonna rinse it off, probably give it another scrub. I can see a little bit of gunk still left on there. Gotta have good airflow, guys. Without airflow, you're not gonna get much accomplished in the refrigeration world. Alright, let me put this camera down and get back to scrubbing. Alright, evaporator's clean. Let's try to get some power back here, guys. There we go. Real life situation, guys. Alright, now we can finally get up on the roof and actually check our pressures. So let me turn this thermostat back down, make sure we're set up properly, and then we'll hit the roof. I wanted to take a minute
kind of talk to those new guys out there that might not be real familiar with refrigeration yet. So downstairs, you've seen me clean out the evaporator coil, and I was talking about how dirty it was and how the dirt behind the evaporator coil can affect the airflow, and changing that airflow can cause the coil to freeze up. Now it just goes back to the simple idea of refrigerant needs to have heat to boil off. When you take away that heat, i.e. you cut out the airflow going through the evaporator, when you take away that airflow, that refrigerant can't boil off very well. It'll probably boil off because I forget the exact temperature that R22 boils off, but I think it boils off at like negative 20 degrees or whatever. So I'm probably wrong, but I digress. Anyway, if the refrigerant's not boiling off completely in that evaporator coil, it's going to get really, really cold. And now keep in mind, there's no airflow moving through that evaporator coil because it's so plugged full of garbage that refrigerant's just flowing through there in its liquid state for the most part. And frost is going to slowly build up, and then ice is going to build up, and the ice in between the tubing and between the fins is going to start to form, and then basically our airflow is going to be cut off completely. And then the condensing unit, of course, is just going to keep on pumping refrigerant, because until that thermostat is satisfied, the liquid line solenoid is going to stay open, and our condensing unit is going to keep on pumping. Now, that thermostat will not be satisfied because, again, there's no airflow. And since there's no airflow, the box is just going to rise in temperature. It's just naturally going to rise in temperature. So you have to make sure you have airflow through that evaporator. If you ever go out to a unit, it's frosted up, clean the frost off, take a good look inside the fins of the evaporator coil, get a brush in there, dig around, shoot some nitrogen through there, some foaming agent, whatever you got to do, get it clean. Make sure you have spectacular airflow through that evaporator before you do anything else. So, with that being said, guys, let's get these gauges hooked up and move on with this call, all right? Get our high side here. I can actually hear this one leaking. Let's get some bubbles on here. Yeah, would you look at that? So, looks like we got a leaking Schrader core as well. Now, when I was watching this thing run earlier, my sight glass was full. But keep in mind, that was before I cleaned the ice off of the evaporator coil. So we might just have a multiple offender here. And get out my core tightening tool and see if we can tighten that Schrader core down a little bit. Alright, I don't hear it anymore. Let's see what the bubbles have to say. A few little tiny... I don't even know if those are really bubbles. They're not growing, so... Yeah, I don't think we have an issue with that, so... Alright, let's get connected, see how everything else looks. Now I have no idea how long this has been leaking for, so we may end up adding a little bit of gas, but we're going to go through it, see how everything looks, of course. Forgot to purge. I like to purge it. Normally what I do, I didn't do it this time as you can tell, but normally what I'll do is I'll hook my high side up first, and I'll just open up my gauges a little bit, and I'll let my gas go through my gauges
and kind of bleed out the low side a little bit like this. All right, my gauges are open, so you're going to hear some R22 bleeding through this low side now. Hear it? There we go. Now, my gauges are purged. I close my gauges off, open up my low side, and that'll get all moisture, non-condensables out of my gauges. All right, so if I hit the right button, they'll come on. There we go. Just got these new Testo gauges earlier today, guys. I was kind of inspired. I was listening to an HVAC school podcast about TXVs with Jamie Kitchen and Brian Orr, and they made a lot of good points about how accurate your gauges need to be in order to properly determine the superheat, subcooling, and everything. And I thought to myself, you know what? I think it's time to upgrade. I used to have the field piece digital gauges, the 460s, I think. But last week they kind of sprung a leak in the sight glass, so I threw them in the trash can. I was getting kind of sick of them anyway. So, all right, guys, let's see what we got going on. I have an evaporator temperature of 33 degrees. That's higher than what I'd like. We want to maintain about a box temp of 35, 38. It's a cooler, so roughly 15 degrees less than that, 10, 15 degrees less than that. So I should expect a 20, 25 degree evaporator coil. Condensing temperature, 120 degrees. Our ambient temperature out here is about 85, 90. Really just depends on where I put it. You're supposed to check your ambient temperature or the air going into your condensing coil in the shade. I don't have a whole lot of shade here today, so we just take it for what it is. And a superheat of 41, subcooling is 12. My sight glass is nice and clear. In my experience on similar setups with these walk-in coolers, especially these old walk-in coolers, this one's almost 30 years old, 25, 30. According to the facility manager, it's original to the building, and the building is 25 years old-ish. But what I've always noticed is when you're measuring superheat up here at the condenser, and we got about a 30, 40 foot line set, 20, 30 degrees of superheat isn't out of the question. If I was able to measure it right downstairs at the evaporator coil, I would probably get closer to 15, maybe even 10 if I'm real lucky, but it's really, really old equipment, so 42 is a little bit high. I wouldn't mind seeing that around 30, 35, but keep in mind, this unit's been off for at least the last 2 hours since I've been here, and that coil's been frosted up for about the last 24 hours. So that superheat, I'm going to chalk that up to being so high right now because our evaporator is under such a heavy load. So we're going to go ahead and let that run for a little while. I'm going to go downstairs, get a box temperature real quick, and we'll see where we stand after that. All right, guys? All right, 51 degrees. So, got a little bit of a ways to go. So that door is taking quite a beating right there. Just gonna check our door closer. That looks good. Here though, a little bit of gap in that door. Could be getting some moisture through there. Yeah, I don't really like that. That side, not too bad. So I think I'm going to go ahead and quote for a new door kit. And we'll just pull that door off, bolt the new door kit on there, and they'll be all set. Just a quick update, guys. So what I did so far is I adjusted my temperature real quick. I just turned it up to 50 because I wanted to see it pump down. And it looks like we are pretty good. 2.5, not too bad on the low side. I've just kind of been watching it, see how fast it rises, make sure we're not short cycling or anything like that. And so far it's holding pretty tight, so that makes me happy. All right, let me go crank that thermostat back down to its normal setting, and we'll just continue to watch it. All right, let's turn this back down to 38. There's our liquid line solenoid opening up, and refrigerant pouring through into the evaporator. See, we're still at 52. All right, let's go back upstairs and see what's going on. We're back up on the roof, guys. My superheat is looking great. I'm down to just about 25. I would have settled for 30. 25 is not too bad. Subcooling 13. I got a 28 degree evaporator, 115 degree condensing temperature. Those are right in the ballpark. Very, very nice. Now some of you more experienced guys out there, you might have caught my mistake earlier when I was reading about a 43 degree superheat. You might have noticed that I had my suction line temperature probe or clamp right here. And what I didn't realize at the time was that clamp was picking up some of that discharge air coming off of the condensing coil. So that kind of skewed my readings a little bit. So I moved it over here to the other side of the suction line dryer. And just a little bit, once my superheat kind of settles down too, I'm going to move that temperature clamp from this side to this side just to measure the temperature difference across that suction line dryer, just to make sure it's not plugged up. I was always told those aren't designed to be in the system all the time. They're sort of a temporary thing you put on there to, I don't know, filter out acid or whatever contaminants you suspect are in the system, and then you're supposed to return and remove them. You can leave them on there, but I was always told you're supposed to return a couple days, change it out, put another on, or replace it, repipe it if you have to. But yeah, we're looking good so far. Our box temperature probably is about 45 right now. It was 51 before we came upstairs, so we are looking pretty good, guys. There is our suction line temperature, and we are before the suction line dryer. Let's move this over to the other side of our suction line dryer. Now we were at 54. Now we're at 54.5. Rule of thumb, 3 to 5 degree temperature difference. Anything more than that, you're going to want to change that dryer. Let's see what we go down to. Remember, we were at 54. So 52, it's probably going to level off around 52. And keep in mind the system is running, so that suction line will continue to get colder and colder, little by little, of course. But yeah, 52. I don't think that suction line dryer is plugged at all, not at all. So, all right, let's just let her keep running until she satisfies and shuts off, guys. Everything's looking really good up here on my condensing unit, guys. My amp draw is 3.9 on my compressor. I'm gonna scan that barcode, go to the Copeland website, scan the barcode, and kind of see what they tell me my amp draw should be. When I do that, I'll insert a screen cap right about here, kind of show you guys what it should be. But here's a quick update of our pressures. 24 degree superheat, almost 12 subcooling, 27 degree evaporator, so we're almost to my 25 degree mark. Yeah, we are looking good, guys. So I'm gonna wrap this up and go downstairs and watch my box temperature drop. All right, let's get our gauges off here. we're gonna head downstairs. This is what I like to do. First, I close off my high side, and then I'll open up my high side on my manifold gauges, and I'll just bleed whatever's left on my high side hose, on my high side gauges. I'll just bleed it right over to my low side until they're just about even. I do it really slow, you know, because obviously we got liquid on our high side, so I don't want to jam a bunch of liquid into the compressor. So I just kind of metered in a little bit. And this way we're going to get as much refrigerant out of our hoses as we can. Seems like the wind's picking up out here. Alright, that's pretty good. Close that off. Close off our low side. Pop this off real quick. Do this without burning our fingers off. If you got a quick release, make sure you got it on your high side. Alright, that's how we disconnect gauges. Alright, 45 degrees and dropping. Still looking good. It might take it a couple hours to get down to 35 because all this product has been at 50 and 60 degrees for the last 24 hours. So, alright guys, that's all for today. We'll see you on the next one. Like and subscribe.